morning. What's going on? How are we doing? All right, we're going to get started here. Apparently, there was a small update yesterday from the game. It was crashing. Something weird was going on. People couldn't log in. So we do have a small update that I did not grab yesterday. So we're grabbing that this morning. Oh, they changed it. There's no more double. Whoops, I'm on the wrong account. How did I get to the wrong account? Expired. Well, hang on a second. Let me get my password. I didn't realize that expired. What the heck is happening here? Monsters and memories. There we go. Close that down. Close this down. And we're good. Yay! All right, let's jump back in on the Beastmaster. We're going to keep playing that for a bit. How much firewood do I have? I have firewood from yesterday, so we're good to go. This is our level 25 Savage Strike ability. So wait, hang on a second. Let's get the fireworks going first. The fireplace. We're going to keep XPing here at least till 26. We might go to 27 here. This has been pretty good XP. What are we doing? Savage Strike 3. Put that in. Good morning, Pity. How you doing, bud? And then what do we have? Howl of Dominance. What does this do? Exert your dominance over a target, decreasing their physical damage dealt by 10%, increasing yours by the same amount for 15 seconds. I wonder what the duration is on that. And the recast time, or just the recast time is on that. And I wonder if that's going to stack with other such types of abilities. All right, let's get our wool bandages. We'll do this until, I guess, we hit 20. 19. And are we going to hit 20 surviving? Looks like a no. Oh, no, we did. Hit 20 exactly. So now we're going to make heavy wool bandages next. It's really not that bad leveling up survival, I'm finding out. Like, at first I thought it was really bad, but if you focus survival and you actually use up your wool bandages or your bandages and you make more, it's really not that bad. Because I just got into wool and I'm already at heavy wool bandages and I can already make the cotton and I'm not even getting cotton drops yet. So you'll probably, using them normally, be able to max that out. And my bind wounds skill is actually 100 out of 125. So it's, I'm keeping up with it. It's really not that bad. It's bad when you think about it, like if you want to use the scraps for something else. But otherwise, yeah, it's not that bad. They hinted at new deep dives Prime Friday. They had to go back and edit the announcement to say not today, after. Uh-oh. Wait, did they say that? Where did they say that at? Was that in the announcement somewhere? Oh, right here. Oh, yeah. Friday things. Deep dives are coming soon and not today. Yeah. We'll probably... And there was a lottery. They changed... We'll probably have a lottery to there was a lottery. So, yeah, deep dives are coming soon. We just don't know exactly when. They edited both. Okay, deep dives are coming soon and not today. Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember what they said down here, but yeah, they're coming. Hopefully, we get another one soon. It would be nice. I got to figure out if I'm going to play a different class or if I'm going to keep playing the Beastmaster some. I'm digging the Beastmaster. It depends on what their next edit is. If they do like any of the classes I have access to, then I obviously won't play one of those. we won't try them out. But if I don't have access to them, then I might log in one and level it a little bit. So we'll just have to see what happens. All right. Well, let's get going here with some Beastmaster. The old Beastmaster. Okay, that's probably good. That's probably good. The, oh, I need to cast Savage or Feral Spirit onto the old pet. So the pet gets more. More threat, more everything. Still not sure how that rip ability works for pets. What time is it in game? Let's see. Time 4 a.m. It'll be daytime soon. Daytime. Uh-oh, what did I do with my? Heck did I do with my headphones? Oh, I put them down on the counter. I knew I shouldn't have done that. I knew I shouldn't have done that. I cut the grass this morning, and I usually wear a pair of headphones while I cut the grass. Well, earbuds while I cut the grass. And my earbuds ran out of battery about halfway through. Apparently I needed to charge them up. Oopsie daisies. Oopsie poopsies. Oh goodness, I pulled aggro off of that one quickly. Quickly. Ba-da-ba, ba-da-ba, da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Alright, let's heal up a little bit. I want to get this guy to level 40. I've got a weapon I want to try. The Vile Bastard Sword. I want to try that out. Because supposedly it drains mana from your target when it procs, and it gives it back to you. And I'm wondering if that's going to be like enough mana to maintain for a Beastmaster to be able to heal their pet. No Shaman rework hasn't happened, but think Shaman Beastmaster combo. Well, right now a Shaman Beastmaster combo would be amazing. Yeah, absolutely amazing. Now, will it be great after the deep dive? Maybe, probably. I would say that yes. What they're probably going to take away from the Shaman, most likely, is going to be their nukes. If they take anything away, it'll be their nukes and then maybe their pet. So they're probably going to lower the DPS of the Shaman, is my guess. They'll still have their dots, which will be nice. And they'll still have their slow, their debuffs, their buffs. So I think they're still going to have most of what makes them really, really good. So yeah, I think that a Beastmaster Shaman duo is going to be amazing. Good morning. Your shirt looks nice today. Thank you so much, Ketalone. I appreciate it. I decided to, you know, get a little fancier. Get a little fancy. Button down, you know, or button up. What do you call it? Button up or button down? I usually button down. I start at the top for some reason and I go down. I don't start at the bottom and button up. Although I'm pretty sure that button up and button down are different terms for something completely different. Depends on where you start, yeah. You wear a button, you start in the middle, you do a button in the middle, and then you go, what, down and then up, and then... Well, you know, now that I think about it, I probably do start with the middle one, and then I go up, and then I go... I don't know. Now that you're mentioning that, I usually button the bottom ones last. I know that. But I'm trying to think if I start in the middle or if I start at the top. I don't really know now that you mention it. I'd have to, let's see. Let's see. If I was going to go, I would go, yeah. I start middle, then this one, and then I go the one below the middle and then the lower ones. And then I work down. So yeah, I work middle up and then middle down. That's funny. Never even thought about it. You do top down, but you rarely do the top button. Oh yeah, I don't do this button. I don't ever do this button. This button I will do, but I have had people tell me to undo that button, you know, show a little chest hair. And I'm like, nah, I'll do this one. But the top button, I won't do that one. Not unless I'm wearing a tie. Yeah, not unless you got the old tie. I don't know. I've been feeling lately, I actually was talking to my son about this lately. About dressing up, you know, about looking good, feeling good. And I was like, you know, sometimes dressing up isn't about looking good for somebody else. Sometimes it's about making you feel good. You know, getting a haircut, getting a fresh haircut, and then, you know, wearing some nicer clothes, button-up shirt, you know, some slacks, tucking in your shirt, just looking good. You know, just makes you feel better about yourself. Gives you more confidence out in the world, you know. And confidence is key to just about everything. Like, literally, confidence is the key to just about everything. You could sell somebody anything if you're confident about it. Whether it's, you could be lying to their face, but if you're confident about it, you can sell it. Yeah, fake it till you make it. Absolutely. And I hate that that's a thing. It bothers me that that's a thing, but it's definitely a thing. Yeah, my son, we were talking about it recently because we went out to get him some clothes. And he just wants to wear, you know, like, basically athletic shorts and graphic t-shirts with, like, Pokemon and Mario Brothers and stuff like that on it. And I'm fine with that if he wants to wear those, but I think he also needs some things that are not as casual. You know, wear something that makes you look sharp. And you don't have to look, he calls it formal outfits, and I'm like, no, buddy, it's not formal. That's not formal. I assure you. Here, let's grab this guy. I assure you that is not formal. Like, formal's a tuxedo, and he thinks that formal is wearing like a t-shirt and like a plain t-shirt with some like khaki shorts. And he's like, nope, that's formal. And I'm like, no. That is casual, sir. That's not even dress casual. That's just straight up casual. Till you met me? What? All my kids want to wear is hoodies in July when it's 94. Yeah, it's crazy. That would be my girlfriend's daughter. She's more of a hoodie in July kind of person. So, yeah. Yeah, when our air conditioning went out, those weeks that it was out recently, she was living the dream. She was like, man, it feels great in the house. She wants it to be hot. I don't know why. But yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't mind the kids wearing very casual stuff for most of what we do. Like, it doesn't bother me in the least. But, you know, sometimes it's like, you know, look good. Take pride in how you look. Take pride in yourself. I don't know. Maybe it was just the way I was raised. People definitely treat you differently, though, based on how you present yourself. You know, if you're wearing, I don't know. It's just weird. All right, let's see what else we can find here. We're all products of how we grew up. We are. That's the way I am, the way that I am, I guess. All right, we're going to the other side of this tree. That thing's gonna... It's gonna elude me. It's being very elusive. Yeah, we are absolutely products of how we grew up. And sometimes it's a good thing, sometimes it's not. And the thing is, that's funny, the really funny part to me about that is we are products of how we grew up. And sometimes we are the exact same as our parents, and sometimes we're the exact opposite. I always find that one kind of crazy. Because, like, people will literally just be like, nope, I am the opposite of you. Because I didn't like the way that you raised me. Anyway. Okay, I was like, why am I not losing much mana? And apparently I have insight. Sight beyond sight. Dude, I think that Beastmaster, if you give them haste, them and their pet haste, and give them mana regen, my goodness. Like, that's just bonkers. The mana regen's allowing me to just keep my pet up, and I'm not really having to meditate too much. Like, I'm doing a little bit of meditating, but not a whole lot. Alright, that guy will walk back eventually. I'll ignore him for now. Ignore. Alright, let's just get this bear. These bears are tough, but that's okay. That's alright. I like getting up in the morning, though, and cutting the grass. I wasn't going to. This morning I actually woke up and I'm like, I'm not going to cut the grass this morning because it rained last night and it was just going to be really wet grass. Kind of hard to cut when it's wet. But I was like, you know what? I'm just going to get up and get it done. Got it done. You know, it feels good once you get those things out of the way. I'm having a very good, productive morning, and I like it. I like it. It's around here. We'll cut grass during a monsoon. Yeah, some people do that. Yeah, I try not to, I won't cut it. I prefer to cut it right before it rains. Because then it kind of washes away a lot of the debris, you know, and it kind of settles things in. So like if I know it's going to rain like later that day or you know, in a day or two, I try to cut it then. But after it rains, like it rained last night, so everything was super wet this morning, and it just clogged up my lawnmower a bunch of times. Pain in the butt. Hey, what's going on, Ryan? How you doing, bud? Hope you're having a fantastic day. All right, let's just meditate while we wait for these guys to come over here. You haven't had a mower weed eat for 8 years? That's awesome. Is that because you don't own a home and you live maybe either in an apartment or something where you don't have a yard? Or is it because you just have somebody else do it? Like, I don't actually mind doing the yard work. Like it's not necessarily the most fun, but I feel good after I do it. It's a weird feeling. Just feels good to get the yard cut. You know, look over your domain. I don't know what it is. Live in 6 acres, 4 fenced off with goats. Well, there you go. Guy next door mows everything else. Try it. Nice. Well, that's awesome. Yeah. Maybe they just like to mow. That would be my stepdad. You could give him a riding lawnmower and be like, "There's a field, go," and he would just sit out there all day mowing the field. That's just what he enjoyed doing. It's crazy, you know. Some people like to do that. I feel like, you know, it's actually probably, if you can get those like those government contracts where all you do is just mow. You just mow like the highways and stuff. For people that just love to mow, that's like the dream job. You know, get them a nice tractor with an air conditioned interior. They just ride up and down the road, just mowing the yard. Be awesome. At your pet level, does it get any skills or visual progression? Do you know if any of that is planned? I have heard through the grapevine. I have not tested this myself, and so I don't know if it's true or not. But I have heard that some pets, as they level, do get bigger. So like if you get a wolf pup and you tame it, supposedly it gets bigger as you get it higher level and it grows into a full-grown wolf when it's higher level. But I haven't seen that myself. I think the same thing maybe with bears, because there is a graphic for baby bears or whatever, or like bear cubs, and then when you get to a certain level they get bigger, but I don't know. But as for other skills, they do gain skills as they get higher level. But the skills that they gain are like these skills, not these like abilities. They don't gain abilities, but they gain double attack, dual wield, that kind of stuff, and that's it. So I think those are really the only things that they gain. So as your pet gets higher level, at some point it begins to dual wield. Then at some point it begins to double attack. I have heard that dual wield is level 20 and double attack is like 35 or 40 or something, but I don't know for a fact. He told me he does it because it's time away from his wife and kids. You know, I thought about that the other day, and it's a terrible way to look at things, right? But, you know, I how do I say this without sounding just terrible? But I feel like there are some people, probably majority males, but I'm sure it goes male and female, that they work long hours and they just try to avoid going home because they're just not happy with their home life. So they just avoid it in any way possible. They'll go out for a, like I've heard about people sometimes that just want to go for a drive, you know? And I'm like, okay, I totally understand, I guess, going for a drive. But people that just constantly are doing it, they're just like, I'm just going to get in the car and drive. Is there something you're trying to get away from, you know? Like, it's just something that I question every time I hear it. Oh, yeah, I get up every morning at 5 a.m. and I go to the gym, then I go to work, then I get off work at 5 p.m. and I go to the gym again, and then I like to just, you know, go drive around for 5 hours. I go home and I'm in bed by 8 o'clock. And it's like, so you spend, what, 5 minutes with your family every day? I feel like they just have very unhappy home lives. And I feel like if you get to that point in your life, maybe you need to reevaluate. Now, some people are just busy. They just like to stay busy, right? But I feel like if you're not sharing that with somebody that you're with, then maybe you shouldn't be with them. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like it's probably not healthy. I don't know. Heard any rumors about the next characters, the deep dives? I don't know. I don't know what's going on with the next character deep dives. Yeah, have to see. People need space and time alone. It's okay. It needs to be normalized for individuals to do something on their own. No, I think that you need space and time alone. Sure, like that's different. I'm talking about the ones that do it every single day, and then they're just like, they're just unhappy with their home life. I feel like, I really do. You know, people that are just like, I don't want to be home. They just don't want to ever be home. I really feel like they're just unhappy with their home life. But, you know, having some time alone or, you know, some me time, let me just, you know, go read a book or let me go for a walk or, you know, if you do that every once in a while, sure, absolutely. Everybody needs some me time. I like to go for my bike rides. All clean? Did you brush your hair? No, not yet. I can see. It's okay, buddy. I'm not getting you in trouble. My son thinks he's in trouble every time I say anything to him. And he gets super defensive. I don't know why. They're not always trying to get away from family as much as they're trying to find some time of peace and quiet. Well, that's the thing, right? If they're not, you know, they're trying to find peace and quiet. If they're doing it every day, they're not happy with their home life because it's not quiet enough for them. It's not relaxing enough for them. And that's bad. To me, I think. If you can't relax in your own home, there's a problem. I feel like. Maybe everybody's different, but I just feel like there's a problem. Hey, what's going on, Burl? Good morning. Worked with a guy that put in 37 years and wouldn't retire. His excuse was he didn't want to spend time at home with his wife. I'm telling you, man, I think some people do it. I think people do it all the time. I don't know. I feel like if you're uncomfortable at home and you never want to be there, the problem is something at home. If you're avoiding being around them, then maybe there's an issue. Yeah, I mean, and maybe you're the issue, right? If I don't ever want to be home because everyone always annoys me at home, maybe there's something that I'm doing that's the issue. All right, hang on one second. My son left the fan on. He wanted to take a shower in the big shower, my shower today. So he went in there to do that. So I had to turn that fan off. It's the old adage: if you run into a poopy head, then you run into another poopy head. Yeah, if you keep running into poopy heads, then you're probably the poopy head. That is probably true. I run into people all the time that are just rude and obnoxious, and it's probably me. Probably me. No, I don't feel like I run into too many people that are poopy heads. Usually. Every once in a while, though, I'll definitely run into one. It definitely happens. I got a question for you guys, since you all are my internet search. What's the best cell phone carrier right now? Anybody have any preferences? We got to switch. Well, we don't have to switch cell phone carriers, but we need to update ours. Did you guys read about that T-Mobile thing? I don't know if you read about it. It's probably not super common, but we're with T-Mobile right now, and they are getting rid of our plan, completely getting rid of it. And they're like, well, it's not going to be grandfathered in or anything. We're just getting rid of it. You're going to be rolled over into a different plan. So we're like, well, okay, well, let's start looking at other plans and where we can go, what we can do. No good one. We're having any issue with T-Mobile in my area? Yeah, we've had T-Mobile for a few years, and I don't have any major issues with it. Seems okay. But yeah, they're getting rid of our plan, so. Been grandfathered since the Sprint buyout, because you're with them. You might want to look into that, Burl. They literally just sent me a thing that said my grandfathered plan of like 5 years ago is going away completely, and they're just going to move me into another plan, which is going to cost me, I think they said $6 a month more per line. And I was like, what? I wasn't with Sprint. No, I wasn't with Sprint. I was with T-Mobile. So maybe, yeah, maybe the Sprint plans were grandfathered in permanently. I don't know. I have no clue. T-Mobile and Verizon are the two best. I would say Verizon has better coverage. Similar pricing. All right. You know, I never hear about AT&T. It's weird. I feel like everybody that goes to AT&T just pays more for the same thing. At least in my experience. They just pay more money for literally the same thing as everybody else. Probably depends on where you live. I have Spectrum because of the deal they had. 1 gigabyte internet, unlimited everything, cell phone coverage, $80. That's awesome. They, yeah, T-Mobile, we're looking at that one because they do have home internet as well, bundled in, but you have to have the T-Mobile, and it's a whole weird thing. I gotta look into that one a little bit more. But yeah, for $80 for home internet and cell phone, that's super cheap. I'm paying like, well, I got a deal right now, like $60 for my internet. But yeah, I don't like Spectrum very much. I switched to Spectrum recently for like 2 months. Nope. I got rid of that real quick. Well, I got rid of it in 2 months. It was awful. Cannot recommend Spectrum, at least in my area. Your wife has AT&T with her family? I don't understand. Oh, well, if you're, yeah. Well, if you have like a bundle, maybe AT&T is good. I don't know. I was paying $90 for internet and $60 for cell phone until I moved to Spectrum. Wow. Oh, Spectrum sucks. Can't beat the deal. Yeah. Spectrum is just awful, but yeah, the deal is really good. I mean, sometimes I'm willing to skimp a little on quality to save a little bit money, right? Sometimes. It depends. I can't do that with my internet, clearly, because I need to have very strong internet. But I'm willing to save a little bit on my phone. Like, I don't need all the money or all the bells and whistles on my phone. I don't really care. Outside of coverage issue, they're all the same, in my opinion. It's like picking a Pokemon team color or red, blue, yellow. Same thing, different shirt. Yeah, kind of. Pay $75 for internet and work reimburses $60. Yeah, I wish that I could do that. We used to do that. Actually, I should ask my girlfriend about that because she has to have internet for work. I need to talk to her about that because we used to do that with my ex-wife's company. They would reimburse basically 100% of the internet. Well, they didn't reimburse it. They just gave her an amount of money. So they said, here, this is how much money you have for internet. And so we just got a package that was really close to how much they gave her for internet. Cheap. I'm very well. It's not that I'm cheap, honestly. People say that I'm cheap. I just don't have a whole lot of money to spend. You know, people say it's being thrifty. But yeah, I am not a wealthy person. My work stopped paying for internet like 5 years. Oh, your work? You're saying your work is cheap because they stopped paying for internet like 5 years ago? Yeah, they're getting there now, man. Companies they're hurting. They are hurting. It's crazy to me, though. We're seeing record high profits on companies right now, but then they're laying off people left and right and wanting to pay the people that they have there less money, but they're getting record high profits. It's just mind-boggling. Well, yeah, it is exponential growth for shareholders. I get it, but golly. Layoffs are how they're seeing record profits. I mean, it is, yeah. It's true. Some of these companies that are getting crazy high profits. And I mean, it's very nice for the shareholders. So like if you work for a company and they offer you stock options, I mean, I would say take them because that's part of your pay. If you really think about it, it's part of your pay. And if you don't take those stock options, you're just hurting yourself. Oh, goodness. Am I going to be able to get to this before it gets too close? Oh, my gosh. Come here. Come here, buddy. Come this way. Yeah, did you guys see recently that, was it Microsoft laid off like 35, or it was Xbox, which I guess is Microsoft. I think it was, but it was specifically Xbox part of it. They laid off like 3,500 people, or no, they laid off 1,600 in one day. and with a plan for 3,500 for the remainder of the year or something like that. My goodness, this thing. Come on, B. Get aggro. What the heck? They laid off a ton of people? Yeah, tons of people. Like 1,600 in a single day. Bonkers, man. Gaming industry is hurting right now. I feel like AI is dominating the gaming industry and just taking over. I do feel like AI is the way of the future. Like, I think we're heading there to where almost everything's going to be using AI. But, yeah, we're all going to end up losing our jobs because of it, including me. AI is taking over the streaming industry and the content creating industry to the point that Google has started to crack down on it with YouTube. Like if most of your content is generated through AI, I heard that they are cracking down on that and trying to stop those channels and like delete those channels. That's what I heard. I mean, I don't know how true it is, but I just find it crazy. People just like literally go out there and scour the internet and just run it through AI. That's why like it kind of, I don't want to say annoyed me, but it was a thing that happened with me with this game. Sean thought or assumed, I guess, I don't know. I don't want to say assumed, but Sean thought that I ran his streams through AI and made to make my videos. I do not do that. I actually watch his videos or his streams and make my own impressions and assumptions and whatever based on what I hear. That's really annoying. Look at that. That wolf is spazzing out. Dude, it's like some fireworks show. He's cold. He is definitely shivering. For sure. Something's going on there. Criddle is actually AI done by a tiny Asian woman from the Philippines. Hey, maybe I am AI. That's why people don't like me so much. I think it's funny, like people hate AI, but they use it every day. But they're like, I don't like AI. I'm going to lose my job because of AI. And it's like, yeah, but you probably use AI to do your job. Let's be honest. All right? Let's be honest here. You probably use AI to do your job. I'm trying to find ways to use AI for my job, but I can't. Your company is AI down our throats, yeah. Because I'm not allowed to put payroll data into it. Yeah, right now, but soon, I mean, I feel like payroll and accounting and stuff, a lot of that, though, is done through AI. But yeah, you can't just plug in payroll because of data breaches and all that. There needs to be some human aspect to some things, but you can still use AI a lot, you know? Like, I feel like people use AI without realizing they're using AI a lot of times. Because it's just so integrated into our lives. You know, it's like, I can't figure out how to do something. And then you just go and Google it. That technically, you're probably just using AI. Google is using AI to figure out what your problem is and tell you how to solve it. Like, we as a society just don't need to know much anymore, you know? We don't need to know how to do almost anything. You don't know how to do it? Google it. That's what people do. I'm trying to use it for legislative tracking, building out dashboard, yeah. I feel like it's not even really AI that we're using either. I feel like the artificial intelligence is just more of a heavy internet scrub, right? It just goes out and it just scrubs the internet for the information. And based on what it reads on the internet, it finds the best possible way to do something. And then it just spits that back out. That's pretty much all AI is. It's not really thinking for itself. Yet. But hey, we'll see. We'll see what happens. People use AI for psychology. It's actually scary. Oh, that is scary, yeah. Like, get on ChatGPT and be like, I'm feeling this way because of this. What should I do? And then the computer responds, you should do this. But the thing is, it's based on what other people have said on the internet of what you should do under certain situations. It's very scary. But for psychology, I feel like, you know, that's more of a human-to-human interaction that needs to happen. That's just my opinion on it. I'm not a doctor, but I feel like human interaction is the more important part of psychology. We need to interact with each other. That's what I love about streaming and content creation. Like, truthfully, like that's like one of the best parts about it is I have people to talk to every day. And you all have someone to look forward to talking to every day if you look forward to coming to my streams. There are people that don't. I know, shocking, right? I think everyone should look forward to coming to my stream every day because I'm amazing. But no, I really look forward to it. It's like, it's, you know, it's nice. It's nice being able to jump on a stream. People come in, create a community, chat, talk about things that you have similar interests. I love that. That's what I love about streaming. Modest too. Oh, I'm the most modest. Yeah. Very modest, very humble. I don't think there is anyone else in the world that is more modest and humble than I am. I can think of a couple, maybe. Oh, goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. And where am I going to go after this camp? I'm going to be here till 26 at least. I might just stay here till 27. I'm starting to think, though, too, like the more I do some of these things, I'm starting to find out that killing Dark Blues as a solo seems to be the better way to go, unless you can charm. I know I see some people all the time that are like, I'm just slaughtering yellow mobs. And it's like, well, you know, you probably are. You probably are killing some yellow mobs, but I don't know. I'm finding that killing these blues is better for some reason. Escape Academy 2 was announced. That was the co-op puzzle that we did. You want an open world? There's a demo. Okay. Wait, when didn't we didn't do. Which one did we do? Escape Academy was the. But no, we did a demo of a different game where it was like jumping on giant mushrooms and all of that. I want to find more co-op games to play. I would love to play more co-op. Oh, speaking of that, I was playing DeMeo. I think is how you pronounce it. The battle-scarred D&D DeMeo, whatever the heck. The D&D version of DeMeo. I was playing that yesterday with my son. Got him into it. He was really having fun with it. We played it on single player, but what we did is we just chose... He plays 2 characters and I play 2 characters, and we just split it up. It was so much fun. We had a blast. Escape Academy 2, back to school. Back to school, back to school. Prove to Daddy I am not a fool. Oh my goodness. I love me some Adam Sandler. Didn't Adam Sandler officiate Taylor Swift's wedding or something? I read something about that the other day. I was like, what? I mean, I get it. He did. That's fun. Like, he would be somebody that I would want to officiate my wedding if I had enough money. Stop looking at me, Schwan. I don't know why. I just love Adam Sandler. Like, his comedy definitely... It was like Jim Carrey in a sense. His comedy just kind of... It was big in the 90s, and it slowly just kind of fell apart, right? But I just like him. I just, for some reason, something about him. Same thing with Jim Carrey. Jim Carrey got a little loony, but I still like him. Make-A-Wish? What, do Adam Sandler Make-A-Wish? And have him officiate your wedding? Maybe. Loved him in Uncut Gems. You know, that's one that I never saw. That was like a serious role for him. Because that's why he played like a gym salesman, right? I think this was a big part of it. Like a Jewish gym salesman. Wasn't him being Jewish like a big part of the movie? I haven't seen it, so I don't know. So don't jump down my throat if that was not part of it, but I feel like it was. What's the basketball one where he's the scout? That was good. I don't remember that one. I probably saw that one, but I don't remember it. I like his movie like Pixels. I really enjoyed Pixels. That's one of his more recent like comedy type movies. Degen jeweler with a gambling addiction. Is that what it was? Okay. I need to check that one out. But I don't know. Pixels is a fun movie for me. Sometimes when we're just like thinking of a movie that we want to watch as a family, we'll just throw Pixels on for like a background movie. But then I love his older stuff back from the 90s. You know, Tommy Boy not Tommy Boy. That was somebody else. Billy Madison. There we go. Billy Madison and Wedding... What's the wedding movie he was in? Not Wedding Crashers. Wedding Singer. And, you know, all those old ones. Click was sad. Click was sad. Yeah. Pixel, you love Pixels? You can watch it over and over? Exactly! Like, I can watch Pixels over and over and over, and I just don't really get tired of it. I mean, I do get tired of it. I don't want to see it every day. But Pixels is just a fun movie you can have on in the background and just kind of enjoy. I don't know what it is about that movie in particular, but I just enjoy watching it. But yeah, like Billy Madison and just all of those. Golly, I'm trying to think of some of the other ones. Chris Farley and David Spade was Tommy Boy? Yeah, that was Tommy Boy. I love that movie too. That was a fun movie. But no, he had Wedding Singer. 50 First Dates was actually a fun movie to watch. I enjoyed watching that one. What else did he do that was really... What's the golf movie? Which one was that one? Happy Gilmore? Yeah, Happy Gilmore. Really like that one. Hustle is the basketball. Happy Gilmore 2 was actually entertaining. Yeah, I enjoyed that one. Hustle is the basketball one. I don't think I've watched that one either. I need to go back and watch some of his other movies. Yeah, I feel like Adam Sandler and Jim Carrey like kind of made my teenage years into my early 20s. And then I just kind of stopped watching them. But the thing is, they just stayed kind of, they were always there, They're part of who I am. Good morning. To best of your knowledge, could you explain the deep to us? It is one zone for all the deep races? No. I can explain the deep pretty extensively. I just can't tell you exactly, what the devs have planned for it. Have you ever played Dungeons and Dragons? That's the best way to explain the deep, and it's the easiest way if you have played Dungeons and Dragons and you think of the Underdark. So it's basically an entire world underneath our world. If you haven't seen that, then maybe, or if you haven't played Dungeons and Dragons and know what the Underdark is, then maybe if you've ever watched Journey to the Center of the Earth, it's kind of like that, where you have your entire world that's going to be, on top of the earth, where you can look up and see the sky and all that. But this is literally almost an entire world and ecosystem underneath that. And the dark races are, your deep gnomes, your deep elves, your deep dwarves. They have kind of a darker color skin because they're not out in the sunlight as much. And they just kind of acclimate to that area. And there's just different types of untold wonders underneath there. So monsters that they're going to be adding in for the Underdark, like your mushroom, like in D&D, there would be myconids. They're going to have mushroom type monsters, which they already have in the game. And then they're going to have even like the tentacle terrors, things like that underneath there. I'm a big Baldur's Gate 3 Underdark, so there will be multiple zones in the deep. Yes, and each zone will have their own race spawns. Not in the beginning, but yes, eventually. That is the idea. So there's going to be multiple zones. You're going to have like the deep city zone, and then it might... I feel like the deep city zone that you start out with, the first one, might be a lot like Phalandraw. So you have Evershade Weld, and then up in the trees is actually Phalandraw, which is the name of the city that's up there. I feel like the deep zones are going to be, might be like that. The first is Deep City, and it's just going to be part of a zone, but they're going to be large zones underground. You even have one that's like a giant water zone, kind of like Shallow Shoals. Maybe not as big. I don't know if it's going to be as big. It might be, but there's going to be like a giant lake underground. Or under the world. So yeah, things like that. Imagine the Underdark from Baldur's Gate 3 kind of Underdark situation. Yes. Hey, what's going on, Glyph? How you doing? I think I saw gelatinous cube in one of the arts. Hope those are in the deep. They have gelatinous cubes already in the game. However, they just look like filing cabinets. No joke. They look like filing cabinets. But yes, they're probably planning on putting in gelatinous cubes, maybe in the Underdark. The tentacle terrors, they've already kind of announced those in the Underdark. So yeah. You're grouping with Burl? Oh, goodness. You haven't seen it? Yeah, the tentacle terror, sorry, not the tentacle terror. The gelatinous cube that's currently in the game is in Ancient Crypt. So if you go into Ancient Crypt, go in the main entrance from Shaded Dunes, not the one that's in Wormsbane, and you just kind of follow it through until you can split to 2 different ways, or 3 different ways. So you just follow it all the way through, and then when you have a choice to go left, right, or straight, you go left, and if you follow that down, you'll go into a room with the chef. And down in that area, you will run into gelatinous cubes. But they literally are white boxes with like a little gray box attached to them that looks kind of like a handle for a filing cabinet. It's the best way that I could explain them. They need to get, it's a placeholder. They need to get a better graphic for them. I thought it was kind of funny that you go into Black Tide Bay, underground cave system, and everything is perfectly lit up. But then you go into something like Wormsbane and it's pitch black. You know, it's a whole thing. Yeah, it's a whole thing. They need to work on their lighting a lot in this game. Their lighting is just kind of all over the place. Outdoor lighting can be darker than it is down in a dungeon. You know, you go into Black Tide Bay, you can see better than you can at night in the open world. Well, why? That makes no sense to me. But is what it is, I guess. That sounds cool. How's it going to work with Overworld? Will deep races be barred from major cities, or is it based off faction and race? So it's going to be based off faction and race, but a city like Night Harbor is meant to be a city welcoming to all, right? It's a city welcoming to like all races and all people. Although there might be some factions within Night Harbor that are going to think poorly of you, you'll still be able to kind of move around within Night Harbor, from what I understand. But it will be very faction-based. So if you go up to Night Harbor and you start killing certain monsters, you might instantly, or certain guards and things, you might instantly become KOS in those areas. So, yes, absolutely. Every race will be welcome in certain cities. East Him is the other city, so Night Harbor and East Him are going to be your main human hubs. I say human, but they're just going to be for everyone type of hubs that all races and everything will be welcome in, but you may be like dubious depending on your race and faction, and you may be comrade depending on your race and faction in those cities. But you will be welcome there. Like, you will be able to go in, use the bank, and all that. But certain parts of those cities would definitely be KOS. The game is very much going to be a faction, race-based kind of thing eventually. Been there. You haven't noticed them? You haven't noticed the gelatinous cubes? Yeah, they're in there with the cook. The cook room. I feel like that daytime did not last very long at all. Holy moly. What the heck is going on here? You think there are 3 moons? Oh, yeah, you'd think with 3 moons it'd be a lot brighter. I mean, yeah, the moons are up there. We even have one of the medium-sized moon is a full moon right now, and it's just, yeah, just not very bright. Like this, I have my settings turned way up. Like normally your settings would be here. Like that's what it would normally be, which I don't feel like looks realistic, personally. I feel like that looks too dark. Like this area over here, right over here, it's just completely pitch black. But I feel like the moonlight coming in, you would see. Your eyes would eventually adjust. Now, if you're standing next to a campfire and you're looking at a campfire and then you immediately look over here, that's what it would look like. But if you were to like walk away from the campfire like this, your eyes would eventually adjust and you'd be able to see better over there, but you just can't because they don't have a way to do that, right? Like that's kind of hard to program and make feel right. So I say just turn up the brightness a little bit. You know, just dial it up some. It doesn't need to be that crazy dark. Because if you can't transition well, if you can't do the transitions, because that's another thing. If I go deep down into a cave, I expect it to be completely pitch black, right? Because there is no light whatsoever from outdoors getting down in there. However, if you go down deep into a cave during the daytime, it's bright. It doesn't matter what time you go deep into a cave. If you've ever gone spelunking, which is cave diving for those that don't know what spelunking means, not trying to be rude if you don't. Well, anyway, if you've ever gone spelunking, you go down and I went in middle of the day. It was like 12 o'clock in the afternoon. And we went down in this cave. We had headlamps and everything, and we turned off the headlamps, and it was completely pitch black. Literally, I could put my hand in front of my face and I would not see my hand. Like, it was completely pitch black. But in this game, if it's daytime outside, it's daytime in a cave, which makes no sense. And if you can't do the transitions, just don't do it. Just make everything a little bit brighter. That's how I look at it. So in most games, faction standing does not hold much value. In this game, do they plan on really leaning into... Yes. Yeah, faction's going to mean a lot in this game. It already means something in this game. They've already tested it out and working on it, but it will mean more as they get more of the factions in. So yes, factions will mean a lot. There's quests that you have to raise your faction to do, at least 2 or 3 that I can think of off the top of my head, that you have to increase your faction before you can actually finish the quest. No one in the game starts with a high enough faction. So yeah, absolutely. Grind to get access to the city? Yeah. Yeah, you'll be able to grind to get access. Whoops, I am not paying attention. You'll be able to grind to get access to cities. And so, like, if you start, even if you start KOS, you'll be able to kill other enemies to become welcomed into the city. So there isn't right now, I would say, but there should be, every faction should have an opposite faction that you can fight, right? So if you want to increase your faction with this, you kill this. If you want to increase your faction with this, you kill this. And they eventually will get there. There might be a couple of them that don't currently do that. The sky is bright, the ground is too dark. Yeah, something like that. It's almost like it needs some ray tracing or something. I don't know. It needs something. That's all I can say. No Rest for the Wicked is a great example of atmospheric lighting at night, where you can still see, but it looks amazing. Yeah, we'll have to check that out. I haven't played that one. I don't think. We'll check that out. I wouldn't mind the darkness if it was easier to carry light sources. Yeah, that's another thing, right? That could be another avenue that they go. Instead of just making the entire world brighter, make light sources a little bit easier to deal with and have. Like, I feel like just having a light spell, you know, have spellcasters be able to cast a light spell. That would be one way to do it. But there's a lot of ways that they could do it. I don't understand the tediousness that they have built in to lighting in this game. I don't get it. Some of the devs apparently like it, but whatever. That's what their game is. That's what they're going to be doing. It's not going to make me not play the game, but it's going to make me just turn up my gamma and make it to where I can see, because I want to enjoy playing the game. I don't want to be squinting. And there's times when I'm playing this game that I just squint to try to see something because it's just too dark. And without having macros and stuff to be able to swap gear, yeah, it's a pain. Yeah. You used to work underground, like caving or like just like in like, I don't want to say sewers, but like in underground, like that kind of thing. That's interesting. I'd happily compromise and just rely on torches as long as I'll be able to command a swap. Yeah, or have like an inventory slot. They could shift over all of these over one, right? And have an inventory slot, or throw one up here in the corners or something. And have an inventory slot that's just for lighting. It feels bad, especially for melee classes, to have to put a light source in their secondary or primary. They don't want to do that because obviously they're melee classes and they need to have those. So then they have to put down on their belt, and you could put like a lantern on your belt. And then, you know, you're already limiting with your spell book having to be on your belt. Now you're limiting with your lanterns being on your belt. It just feels bad. Like, I feel like the inventory system is a bit too punishing, and the lighting system is a bit too punishing, to the point where in the beginning it's fun and it's like, okay, this is cool. I need to actually make space and I can't carry everything. Like, that's one thing that I don't like about EverQuest over the years. It started out where inventory space was easy and darkness mattered, right? And then as you progress, though, and you got higher level, inventory space and weight became pointless, and lighting, everybody had an item that gave them some sort of dark vision, right? So I feel like they completely negated it in the hiring game. This game doesn't do that. It starts out really annoying, and then it stays really annoying. And you never actually feel more powerful in the lighting category or in the inventory category, and it's just like, I don't know. Just feels bad to me. But again, you know, that's a personal preference. Some people are gonna like it, some people won't. We'll see. Do we need pitch black caves? I think, yeah. I would actually prefer if when you go into a cave, the only light in the cave was coming from the mouth or opening of the cave. And unless there were other openings for light to come in, then there's absolutely no light unless you bring a torch or a lantern, something like that. That's how I would prefer lighting in this game. You know, don't make it to where it's during the day in a cave is easy to see because the sunlight just somehow penetrates through the rocks above you. I don't know why, but they do. I would much rather just be completely pitch black. To go into a cave, to go deep into a dungeon that doesn't otherwise have torches on the wall. Like Black Tide Bay has intelligent creatures in there. You got orcs and the rats and all that. There's intelligent creatures that are putting up torches on the wall. They have campfires. So it's kind of has their own lighting that they have going through it. But if I went into like the deep or the underdark type of places, those creatures, generally speaking, have just learned to be able to see. They don't need torches. They don't need any type of lighting. But if I'm a race from the above world and I want to go deep into the underdark areas, then absolutely take a torch. I'm going to need it. And I think that that to me would be a better way to do the lighting system. You know, make it to where there's an actual need for the lights and the torches and lamps and whatnot, rather than we're just going to make the whole world dark at night, and then we're just going to make the whole world bright during the day, and it's just annoying to carry around a torch. But I don't know. Keeper's Bite Bear Cave is like that? Yeah, exactly. The Keeper's Bite Bear Cave is literally the one that I'm thinking of when I talk about that stuff. It's during the day, easy to walk around and see because it just gets full lighting, but there's no torches, there's nothing in there. It's just bears. Well, there is one area that's got like some poachers in it. Oh my gosh, bee, come on. My bee was just not wanting to cooperate there and get threat on this thing. But yeah, that's literally the one I'm talking about. I gotta stop pulling these bears. Every single time that I pull a bear, I tell myself I gotta stop pulling these bears because they are rough. You haven't seen dark until you've seen it underground turn off shadows. No, I was in a coal miner for 15 years. Yeah, that's definitely dark. Yeah, that's super dark, man. Super dark. Yeah, when I went into the cave that I went into, I literally had to like get down on my belly to crawl into this cave. Once you get into the cave, it opens up into this giant cavern, the one that I went spelunking in last, the last cave that I ever went in. And this wasn't like a, you know, go and pay for an underground tour kind of cave where there's like railings and all that kind of stuff. This was legit a natural just cave underground. It was creepy. It was creepy. They could also add a lantern hook to your backpack, like in games like Outward. Yeah, something like that would be really cool. I wouldn't mind that. Where, you know, you buy a backpack that's got a lantern hook on it, like just down here, just one little inventory slot inside of the backpack. So like you could make the backpack slightly smaller, like a couple of inventory spaces smaller, but it has a hook on it or something, you know, where you can only put a lantern in that. Not an entire inventory slot. Like the entire inventory slot here. So like it would take up the 6-slot pouch or whatever. Or when you get higher level, I've got 8 slot pouches on my higher character. You know, you're taking up 8 inventory slots just so you can carry around a light? Like, that's crazy to me. All lights shouldn't work underwater unless magical. Oh, yeah. Like, being able to put a campfire underwater is like, what? We have campfires underwater, but we can't just cast a light spell. A wizard can't just cast a light spell, and it just makes your character glow. Like, what the heck? Like, these things make no sense. Make it make sense. What do you think about Feronovai's initial language system where there's no common tongue and you learn languages at a slower pace? You know, I don't mind that. Like, I would be okay with that. Maybe. I don't know. I think there should be a common tongue, though. Like, common tongue makes sense because if I start as a human in Night Harbor, or I start as an elf in Night Harbor, both of them start in Night Harbor, they would probably be able to communicate with each other through most likely a common tongue. So, like, common tongue is okay. Like, you know, if they made it to where humans start in one place and if every race started in another place, not with any other race around, and they had their own racial language, then yeah, that kind of makes sense. But, you know, people that are living together will learn to communicate together through some means eventually. They will learn one or the other. So, like, they could do it that way too, to where elves that start in Night Harbor start with the human language or whatever. Maybe elves that start in Phalandraw also automatically know the Halfling language, and Halflings that start in Phalandraw automatically know the Elven language, so they can communicate to each other. They automatically just know that, and then get rid of a common tongue. You could do something like that, maybe. What consider do you usually recommend solo? What class do I recommend? Is that what you mean? If you're trying to solo, I would say there's several classes that are good. And several that will remain good, and some that may not remain good. Any class right now that can charm is going to be a good solo class, just because charm is really, really good. That would be your enchanter, necromancer, druid, and really that's pretty much it when it comes to charming. Like, your inquisitor can also charm, but you can't really use it to level with. So those are good charm classes. Any class with a pet, your necromancer, beastmaster, elementalist, those are going to be good solo classes. And then after that will be classes with some sort of self-sustain. So like a Shadow Knight with their self-sustain abilities, like their ability to life tap. The paladin. If the paladin did more damage, would be okay, but he just does really low damage right now. But anything with some sort of self-sustain is usually pretty good for soloing. Oh, like consider like the color, like the con color? That depends. If you're charming, whatever you can charm, you can kill. So if you can charm a yellow con mob, then you can kill a yellow con mob very easily. I have found on my Beastmaster, on my Spellblade, when I was trying to solo with that, on most classes, dark blues are the way to go. On a charm class, though, you can go higher. I wouldn't recommend, and it depends on your level as well. At lower level, killing yellow cons is fine. But as you get to like the 20s and 30s, depending on your class, you're going to have to start going into dark blues. And as you get into the 50s, you might need to go into the low-level dark blues, maybe even light blue con. So it really depends on your class. It depends on your level. It depends on the enemy you're fighting. There's too many factors to say, where you should be. Just way too many factors. Depends on your gear. Yeah, your gear is also very, very dependent on that. If you have very good gear, you can obviously kill stuff that's higher level. EQ1 was like that. We had to teach each other languages through repetition. Yeah, but there was a common language in EQ1. If I remember correctly, there was a common language that everybody spoke in like OOC and stuff. And then we had to like learn languages. You can change your language in this game and speak other languages. So if you right click, we'll move this up here. If you right click, go to languages, you have common tongue, and then you have your racial language right here. And if you change it to the racial language and I say hello, it'll say, you say in Havling, hello. And if somebody else does not speak Havling, so they are not a Havling, they will see like gibberish right here. It'll just be like a bunch of letters. So you can do that, but there's no skill to it right now. So you can't learn another language. You can use this in say and shout. I don't think it works in anything else, even like in tells or in group. Like if I do group, I don't even think I can't talk in group right now, but it might work in group. It might work in guild. I don't remember it. Excuse me. It only works though in some chat settings like say and shout. You went from 1 to 30 solo? Yeah, you can solo. It depends on what class and race and what you're fighting and etc. Paladin is the easiest solo class? No, it's not. Well, it depends on what you mean easy. Paladin is not hard to solo with because it has a lot of self-sustain. But Paladin does very little damage when compared to other classes. So it's not hard, right? It's easy to solo on a Paladin, but it's slow to solo on a Paladin. So it depends on what you consider easy versus difficult versus whatever. It's not a difficult thing to do. Paladins can solo, sure, because they have heals, they have, they can melee, they have, ways that they can solo. But it'll take time. It'll take more time to solo on a Paladin than it will on a Necromancer. Way more time. So it just depends. Did early EQ have all races know in common? I think it did. I don't remember in early EQ ever having to need to learn, like the need to learn another race. It was an option to learn another language. I remember always being able to communicate with everybody through just a common tongue. But, I mean, maybe it just changed soon after release. But, I started as a gnome in Akanon. I don't remember... My gnome, I got to, level 8 or 10, something around there, before I took it away from Akanon and went all the way over to Night Harbor. Or not Night Harbor. All the way over to Freeport. And once I got to Freeport, I don't remember ever having to I don't know what these people are saying. I don't remember that at all. So I'm guessing we had a common tongue by that point. Yeah, I wouldn't even say that the Paladin is the easiest to solo with. I mean, it's not difficult. But I wouldn't even say that it's the easiest. It depends on a lot of things. Because paladins killing monsters so slowly could potentially make it difficult. You know, you gotta basically just withstand. I don't know. It depends. I don't find Beastmaster difficult to solo. I just spam buttons. Like, this is pretty easy to solo. But, you know, those kind of words, though, like easy and hard and all that, that's based on personal preference and your opinions and all that kind of stuff, too. Play style. Like, some people might say that fear kiting on a necromancer is easy. And other people might say, nope, that's difficult and takes too much skill and I don't want to do it. So it just all depends. I personally think that charm killing monsters is easy. Some people would say that it's difficult. I don't find it difficult at all. It's pretty dang easy to me. Base it on Webster's dictionary. Oh, sure, I am too. Difficulty is different for different people. Right? Nobody's gonna just decide, okay, well, because you said it was easy, therefore it's easy for everyone. Not necessarily a true statement. Only roleplay server had locked languages per race? Okay. Yeah, I didn't play on a roleplay server, so. I think on a roleplay server that would be fun, though. Like, I would, if I played on a roleplay server in this game, I think that could be a lot of fun. I will not play on a roleplay server in this game because I don't think that the majority of people, well, it's not even that the majority. I just feel like some people on the roleplay server would just kind of ruin it for everybody else. Like, I love to roleplay. I love to do that kind of stuff. But it just kind of ruins it. It's like playing a D&D game. You're playing a D&D game, you have a DM and 4 players at the table. Everybody's role-playing, but that one person that's just like, hey guys, let's go killing everything, and they chug their beer, and, you know, they're not role-playing. They're just playing a, you know, fantasy character the way that they would if they became a fan. It's more like Jumanji the movie, you know? Like, they're not actually role-playing. They're literally just being themselves as the character. And it's like, yeah, that's going to happen a lot on the internet. And it's just going to ruin the fun, and it's going to ruin the atmosphere. So I just don't want to deal with it. It's been a long time, maybe 2 months, since I've checked in on Monsters and Memories. Is going well. Have they fixed some of the balance issues? Balance is way all over the place. No. If I recall, enchanters were overpowered. Yeah. No, the balance is probably one of the worst things about the game currently, yes. It's okay to call Night Harbor Freeport. It's basically the same thing, right? Yeah, you're right. No, the balance in the game is probably worse off than it was a couple months ago, but big asterisks here. There's a reason for it. They're currently going in and doing like an overhaul, what they're calling a deep dive on every class in the game. And they're fundamentally changing the foundation of some of these classes, like a lot. So because of that, numbers are getting tweaked, and you know, things are changing, etc. On top of that, they are also they're trying to fix some of the combat. The game, they're trying to make the game more difficult. They're trying to add in more abilities for NPCs. They're trying to increase TTK, or they're trying to adjust, I should say, TTK to where they want it to be. The armor class formula is bugged and doesn't work properly. Things like that. So the balance of the game is still very far off. Once they get the foundation for all of the classes in, which is what they're currently working on, then the idea at that point is to go in and try to balance some of these classes a bit more. But right now, yeah, the balance is all over the place. Enchanters with their charm are still, overall, I would say the most powerful, like most OP class in the game. Absolutely. Charm is still ridiculously strong. Now, can they leave Charm that strong? Sure, they could. And they could just adjust every other class up to Charm. And just, then it would just... Enchanters are going to complain no matter what's going to happen. No matter what they decide with it. But Enchanters right now are just, compared to other classes, and compared to the game itself, very, very, very strong. You Discord message me? I don't have that computer turned on to be able to check that. I can check on my phone. Is it about the giveaway thing? I don't know if we're going to do it today or not. Sorry, girlfriend sent me a text. Gotta respond to the girlfriend text or you're gonna get in trouble. Oh yeah. I don't know if I'm gonna do that today. I didn't set it up, Burl. So we'll do it this week. What I would like to do is kind of announce it somewhere and let people know that we're gonna be doing a couple giveaways for the I've got a couple friend keys to give away for those that are wondering what the heck we're talking about. We've got some friend keys to give away to get access to Monsters Memories. They gave Wizards fundamentally option system. Yes. That was a whole other thing. They gave like the Wizard like a whole system like that. I don't know why they did this, and it's completely optional, but they made this whole system for them, and I'm like, you put in all this effort into a class and then said, but you don't have to use it if you don't want to. And now they're going to have to balance that, right? They're going to have to, well, if you use the optional system, is it better or is it worse than not using the optional system? So they're going to have to balance just that by itself. I don't know why they chose to do that. I felt like it was way more work than they should have done or put into a class. Like, build the class foundation that every single player, should be playing with, and then give them, like, some options, sure, but building out an entire system that's optional is just like, what? That's a lot of work. But whatever, that's what they decided to do. Which class do you enjoy most so far, and what rework changes are you looking forward to? Sorry for bombarding you with questions. No, you're good. That's why I'm here. I don't mind the questions at all. I appreciate the questions, in fact. So, yeah. Fire away. If I don't like the question, I just won't answer it. But I almost always answer them. Anyway, class that I like so far the most. I enjoyed the Wizard pre-deep dive a lot. I actually had a lot of fun playing the Wizard, seeing the big nukes and quad kiting, and I really enjoyed that play style. Had a lot of fun with it. I'm also really enjoying the Beastmaster play style. The Spellblade was okay, but it wasn't a play style for me, so I can't say that I enjoyed it. So I didn't really, I don't like that one that much. If I wanted to be super lazy right now, well, I don't really want to talk about the non-deep dive classes too much, but I was going to say Elementalist. If I wanted to be just lazy and just have one of the easiest classes in the game to play, I would say Elementalist if I want to be super lazy. I'm not a big fan of the Bard, but we'll have to see how they change that. I do want to give the Archer a try at some point. I don't know when I'll be able to get around to the Archer. But I think I would enjoy the Archer quite a bit, actually. I would love to come to PvP side. All right, yeah. We'll see what we can do. I'm going to probably do a giveaway, or we'll figure something out. Maybe we'll do it based on channel points. People can bid channel points. I don't know if I can do that or not. There's nothing else to spend channel points on, so people could literally just spend their entirety of their channel points. If they've been around for a long time in this stream, they can just buy. That would be, I don't know, that would be unfair, though. I don't know. That's the whole thing about that stuff, is it becomes unfair for some people. And I felt for Sean when he had to do the giveaways for getting access and the lottery that they call it. He's like, it was the most fair way. And I'm like, yeah, technically it probably is the most fair way to do it. But then what about people that have literally been watching and following this game for 5 years and they can't get into the beta? You know, it's, I don't know, it's just the whole thing feels bad. I feel for Sean having to deal with that. No love for the YouTube viewers? Yeah, exactly. No love for the YouTube viewers if we do it that way. So yeah, I got to figure out how I want to do a giveaway. I'll figure something out. Maybe we'll do it through Discord. Then then people are going to be like, well, what about the people on Twitch and YouTube that don't want to get on Discord? Yeah, it's always going to be unfair. I would love combos with elements for wizards. Combos with elements would be really cool. Yeah, like a Baldur's Gate style or like a Divinity Original Sin style of combos. Or Genshin Impact style of combos. That'd be really cool, actually. I would love that. Pantheon Wizard is combo-based class. Well, I think what they're talking about, because I don't think the Pantheon Wizard does this. At least it didn't that I remember when I played it. What they're talking about is like you cast a water spell on a monster, then you cast a fire spell on a monster, and it creates steam, so it does a double effect. It does the water damage, it does the fire damage, and then it does like a steam effect when you combine the two. Or you can like cast a water spell and an ice spell and it freezes them. You know, things like that. I would love to see something like that. I think that would be a really cool system. I think that would have been a better system than their glyph system that they decided to put in. I just felt like the glyph system was just like overly complicated for very little benefit. I don't even like using the glyph system. I'm sure some people will be like, no, you have to use it for the versatility. You don't need that much versatility. Like, honestly, you just don't need that much versatility. If you needed it, then yeah, it would make sense. But then it would be like what I see out of the glyph system is it's going to be which one is meta, right? Which one is going to be the best way to play, and ultimately that's the one that people are going to gravitate towards. Sure, there will be other people that play the other way, whichever one is not the meta way, and they're going to think that they're cool and be like, look at me, I'm not playing the meta way, I'm the coolest kid on the block. But they're just going to be less efficient, and people are going to be like, oh my god, why am I playing with this person? Then they're not going to want them in their group because they're less efficient and less whatever, and they're going to be like, I don't want to group with that person anymore because they suck. That's what it's going to end up being. I promise you right now, that's what's going to end up happening with the wizard incantation glyph system. They're going to be like, hey, do you use the glyph system or do you use the other system? And if they don't agree with which system you choose, they're going to be like, okay, well, I was going to invite you to my group, but now I'm not. Or they're just going to ignore you from that point forward. I'm telling you it's going to happen. It's just a matter of time before people figure out which one is better and why and all that. Because they can't balance it well. Their balance team is, no offense to people no offense to the devs, love you guys, but your balance team has been terrible. It's just not been good. It needs some work. Last time I elementalist, all I did was summon 6 to 9 mana stones every mana pool to feed the SK tank. That's all. And then send in your pet. That's pretty much all you got to do. Elemental interactions. Yeah, that's what I would like to see for the elementals, the elemental interactions. I would love to see that. Elementalists should have, like, you have a fire pet out, you do an ice nuke, and your fire pet does a nuke or whatever, and something happens, you know. That's what I would like to see. First time checking out Monster Memory content. I have a question about general play. Will there be any meaningful solo or duo content? Yes, there will be meaningful things that you can do solo or duo. But the majority of the game is planned to be group, social group content. Single group content is the majority of the game. But yes, there will absolutely be some content you'll be able to do by yourself. If you out-level content, you'll be able to do more. So you might have like a quest line that you really want to do at level 40. Well, you may not be able to. You could do it probably at level 35 in a full group, at level 40 with a duo or trio, and then level 45 to 50, you can solo it, you know, like something along those lines. There will be some content that's like that, but I wouldn't expect the majority of it to be like that. Need to add incentive to use like 10% mana efficiency. Yeah, something like that would be really nice. Is the new beast better than solo than a wizard? The new Beastmaster better soloer than the new wizard? Yes. Especially the first 15 or 20 levels. I would say that the Beastmaster is a better soloer for the first few levels. A wizard, once you get a wizard geared and you have like decently high intelligence for your level, then you can go out and quad kite on the wizard and probably do better than a Beastmaster. So I would say that the Beastmaster is going to be better early levels, and then the wizard will be better later levels once it's geared, because the gear on the wizard is going to mean more than gear on the Beastmaster, believe it or not. Because a lot of what your Beastmaster is doing is based on their pet, which it's not affected by any gear or stats. So your pet never gets stronger other than levels, right? The level dictates the strength of your pet, and that's it. Whereas the wizard, every time they get a new piece of gear that's intelligence, it's going to make them stronger. Literally every piece of gear on the wizard is going to make them stronger. So it's kind of weird to say, actually, that the wizard is probably a more gear-dependent class than the Beastmaster. That being said, a Beastmaster will still get a lot out of their gear, because better weapons on the Beastmaster will help them DPS faster, you know, more strength, more dexterity, more wisdom will allow them to heal their pet more. So there is a gear factor to the Beastmaster as well. But yeah. But I think that right now, with the way the game currently is, the Beastmaster is one of the better soloers. Yeah, for sure. Two interactions in the game are terrible and pointless. Wouldn't know how to improve the class. Just not creative. Oh, yeah. I mean, that's a thing. Yeah, you know, there's a lot of ways they can improve these classes. And they just need people with creative minds to come up with the idea, right? You need a creative mind to come up with the idea for the class, and then you need a technical mind to implement that idea. So, in fact, you need two different people, because most people that are creative are not technical. It's like you're one or the other. If you happen to be one of those people that is both creative and technical, and you can do both of those things really well, then you are a special type of person, and yeah, highly valued. So, yeah. I think it'd be totally fair to make the glyph system mechanically better. Can at least one or two classes in the game have higher skill ceilings to appeal to different play styles? I think that's a solid feedback, Tedfa. I think that some classes should have a higher skill ceiling. They just got to be careful how they do it. Like a class let's say you have a class that does 100 DPS. If you know, just kind of base, like anybody can pull out 100 DPS. But if you know what you're doing and it has a higher skill ceiling, and you could pull out maybe 110 DPS out of it, so 10% more because you're skilled, that's acceptable. But if you have a class that's like, I'm going to use the wizard as an example. This is not necessarily true, but let's say if I use the glyph system, I can do 100 DPS. If I don't use the glyph system, I only do 50 DPS. And it doesn't matter, like, even an unskilled person using the glyph system will still get 75 DPS. So you just want to always use the glyph system. That's where it's going to feel bad. It's, you know, or the flip-flop of that. You always get, you know, higher DPS by not using the glyph system. And no matter how skilled you are, you just can't catch up using the glyph system. You know, like, they've got to make sure they balance that. And it's going to be an issue if they don't. Because some people will legit choose to do the opposite of what the meta is on purpose for whatever reasons, right? I don't even want to assume the reasons. I have some assumptions on why they do it sometimes, but they're just going to choose to do the opposite, and they're just going to be less efficient and less good, and people are going to pick on them for it. I think it's going to end up causing issues. It's level 39 is awful. That's where the game becomes awful, is level 39. Yeah. That's where, not awful. Like, that's a terrible way to say it. That's where the XP rates, you start to feel it at 39, and you're like, okay, this makes more sense. You're starting to get to the point now, Burl, where you're like, okay, the game slows down drastically. Level 1 through 33 are like a breeze. They're super fast, crazy efficient, and even 34 to 38 are still not that bad. 39, you really start to feel it, and then all the way up to 60, it just gets, every level just gets worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. Especially once you get into the 50s, and every level's a hell level. That's why I would prefer, and we've talked about this, there's a Discord post on it right now that people are debating a little bit on, where the first 30 levels of the game are super fast, which technically I'm okay with, right? I'm okay with it. However, they have put in so much effort into making level 30 content. You have Black Tide Bay, you got Telekir, you've got the level 30 dungeon Grain Cellar. You've got so much content, the orcs in VOZ, the poachers here. You know, there's a lot of 30 to 40 content in the game. I feel like they put so much effort in that area, or even just the level 1, sorry, not the 30 to 40 content, the 1 to 30 content. So much of that content in the game that you're going to blow through it so quickly, and you're just never going to see a majority of it. There's just so much of it. It's just everywhere. And ultimately, people are just going to blast through it, and a lot of that content is going to go unused and underutilized. And it's just going to be a lot of work that the devs put in that isn't ultimately used. And it's definitely not going to be used long term. It's going to be used for a couple of weeks, maybe a month or so, and then it's just going to be, you know, unused. And it's going to sit there barren. Hopefully they have ideas for saying, you know, once content is outdated and nobody's using it anymore, they change it to a different level, or they do something with it. I don't know. But yeah, we'll see. Corrupted Scout Gloves and Rimflesh Spalders. Let me look at those, Isar. I might need some of those, yeah. Let me look. Let's see. Corrupted Scout Gloves. Ooh, those are pretty good. Those are really good. Yeah, I could use those if you wanna get rid of them. They're definitely better than mine. And the Spalders, oh yeah, I could definitely use that because my shoulders suck. Yeah, I could use both of those. Absolutely. Where'd you get those from? Those are pretty good. I'm just bored. It's not even fun. Yeah, exactly. That's the problem with it, is I feel like they need to slow down the 1 to 30 range and then maybe speed up the higher levels a little bit. Even out the total time, but make it more of a journey as you level through it. I don't know. Something feels off there. My wife and I played EQ 20 years ago, and generally when we play together, we just like to keep ourselves, neither of us interested in raids or pugs. So for now, EQ Legends works for us. EQ Legends will work really well for you in that situation. If you're super casual, EQ Legends will work, right? It's meant to be more of a casual ARPG style game put into more of an MMO world. You know, that's what EQ Legends is built around. So yeah, I personally feel like that's going to get boring after a while, but if that's what you enjoy, you know, if that's all you want to do is just play by yourself or co-op with another player and just go really slowly and treat it as a single player game, EQ Legends is probably for you. This game is going to be more social focused. Did they announce the next deep dive? Not yet. Not that I know of. I looked this morning and I did not see anything. So unless they did it in the last couple hours. Let's see. This game generally has low skill ceiling by design. It does. It's a low skill ceiling by design, which I think is okay. I personally like that. It's made to, you know, be able to chat with your friends. I can read chat and I can play the game at the same time because it doesn't take a lot of, you know, super hyper focus. Now, there are some fights in the game where you need to focus a little bit more. Like, you're not going to be going in and fighting some of the raid bosses or doing some of the named content and just being like, okay, I'm going to be working over here while my character auto-attacks and just kind of look over every once in a while. You're not going to be doing that. You might actually need to move your character. You might need to interrupt a spell or an ability. You know, take spike damage and have to heal, you know, stuff like that. I understand grinding. It's boredom. That's the issue. Yeah, and that's... So this game, though, Burl, what you and others that aren't used to this style of game... It is boredom, right? It's very boring. I'm not going to disagree with you. But it's boring like sitting at a dinner table eating dinner. Right? That's boring. You're just sitting there just... But when you go out to dinner with friends and you're having a conversation and you're enjoying each other, no longer boring. That's what this game is. It's like eating dinner with friends versus eating dinner by yourself. You're just sitting at a table, not a TV on, no phone, nothing like that. It's like eating dinner by yourself. You're just literally, it's just you and your food. And you're just looking at your food and you're just eating it. Boring. This game is meant to be a social game. It is meant to play with friends, chat with people while you play. That is what this game is about. Or work while you play. Watch a movie while you play. Watch TV while you play. Do something else while you play. And I know a lot of people are going to be like, well, that's just dumb. Like, I play the game for entertainment. I don't play the game... then it just feels like a job. And yes, it will absolutely feel like a job if you treat it like a job. Absolutely it will. But this game is meant to be played socially. Talk to your friends while you're doing it. You know, that's what I do. If I'm playing this game in a party, we're generally on Discord, and we're talking about all things in life, as well as the game at the same time. We're just kind of chatting and having a good time. I feel like I'm just hanging out with friends playing D&D. You know? Play D&D by yourself, kind of boring. Play D&D with friends, super fun. Possibly this class works for me because I have to work, baby aggro. Well, that's the thing, right? So you have other things keeping your attention. You have your work, you have the baby, keeping your attention while you are able to also still play a game. And then the thing is, do the boring stuff while you're, like, all the boring stuff you do while you're doing other things. Then there's high-end game stuff, like the end-game content of this style of game is going to be more focus-based. So then you're like, okay, we're going to go do raids tonight. I'm going to actually have to focus for my raid and pay attention. And then you're like, oh, this is super fun doing raids. And I think that's how most people play the game. How most people played EverQuest, and how most people will probably end up playing this game is they're going to play it based on the boring stuff, camping a mob for hours on end, which is super boring, while they're working, while they're watching a TV show, while they're doing laundry. But that's going to get them slightly more power, so that when they go to the raids, they're now contributing more for the raid content, which is what ultimately matters, to then be able to do the fun content. I'm not really explaining it very well. I'm making it sound like you have to do this job over here to be able to do the fun stuff over here, which is absolutely how it comes across and how it honestly plays. This game is basically, you got to put in the effort and the work as if it's a job to be able to enjoy the fun side of the game. And some people are just not going to like that. It is what it is. You're either going to like that or not like that. I personally like it. I don't mind putting in the effort to get the best gear that I can, to learn the fights, learn the mechanics of the game, to then go in and play the game at a higher tier, and you feel the satisfaction of doing the difficult content later on. I like it. Scarwood Rare, nice. But it's actually fun. I agree, Laser. Let's see, to me, it's super fun to play the game that way. For some people, it's not. I'd rather have fun for 2 months than bored out of my mind for a year. Yeah, I get it. I get it. When do you think the next deep dives will be? I'm thinking sometime this week. I hope by Friday this week. I would love to see them before Friday, but I have no idea. I'm just going to start streaming when I play M&M. Boredom solved. I mean, honestly, think about it, right? I like to be able to play this game and chat with chat at the same time. So that's what I do, and that's how I like to play the game. Some people like to play this game while they're working. Technically, that's what I'm doing, is working and playing a game at the same time. Some people like to do it while they do their laundry, while they watch a TV show, while they sip on their, beverages and just relax for the evening. They just want to, kind of chill out. Some people just want to sit here and watch the sunset. People play the game for different reasons. Wife and I are very casual, but I call myself casual hardcore. I love the analysis it takes to master the systems. I'm fine with big groups from time to time. Yeah. You need to understand the combat of the game to really master this game. And that's something that people kind of gotten away from in things like World of Warcraft. You don't necessarily in World of Warcraft, for some stuff, this isn't true for everything, but for some things, it's not about mastering the system or understanding the game. It's about just knowing how to push the most buttons the fastest and be able to do the highest damage possible. Because if you can do enough damage, you can pretty much skip the mechanics. And that's what World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy and a lot of other games have kind of turned into over the years. This one's going to be more like learning where to go, what to do, what to kill, how to kill it. All of that kind of stuff is way more important. Make character memories and slay monsters. Yeah, I feel like this guy has been PR trained to hype this game up. I am not PR trained to hype this game up. That is funny you say that, because most people think that all I do is tear this game down and games like it. So now I've got somebody coming in saying that I'm just a shill, not quoting, but just a shill for this game and trying to make it sound better than it is. Hilarious that I have two very different takes on my opinion or people's opinion of me and how I play this game and why I like it or don't like it or whatever. Hilarious to me. My goodness. Day 2 of General Intellicure. Oh, you're trying to fight. Is there a character, the General Intellicure? Intellicure is a really cool zone that goes from like level 10-ish, and you can go all the way up to like 40 plus. I think the monsters like way in the back or like in the 40s, like low, maybe level 40. So, yeah. Oh, you're talking about General Bloody Nose. Yeah. I gotcha. You're talking about the Goblin Intellicure. I always forget about General Bloody Nose. Also had another idea. I keep going back to the guy saying that I'm basically just a shill for this game. It is hilarious. He comes in, listens for 2 minutes, thinks that I'm just I hype man for this game, when most of the time I actually am dogging on the game and why they need to fix things. I can't believe that. Why do people do that on the internet? They spend literally 2 minutes in a stream and make like full-on assumptions of who you are and what you are. God bless. People have problems. Anyway, I'm going to let it go. We're going to move on. I would really like for the devs to implement a new, stronger, and longer-lasting rested buff that you get from hanging out in inns, squares. Yeah, absolutely. Well, they've talked about that in the past, and I think it's a great idea, and I would love to see it myself. So the idea... Oh, my goodness. Okay, good. Got the gate off. They've talked about in the past where that's what housing is going to be for. So you'll be able to rent an inn in the like a room in the inn, and you'll be able to gain a better buff. Or if you have a house, you'll be able to gain a better rested buff that will last longer. Won't be better as far as the percentage you gain of XP, but it will last longer. So you might even get upwards of like a 6-hour-long rested XP buff by staying in an inn overnight. Or by resting in your home, in your player housing. So, yeah, we'll have to see what they do with all that, but that is the plan in the future. That way you still be able to utilize wilderness campfires if you're out for a while, but you get better benefits from sitting in town. Yep, that's what they're talking about. When you get a moment, if you can send me a tell, PM me and good morning. Somehow I thought I was following you. Send you a tell and PM you. Why am I sending you a tell and PMing you? You can send a message to them after in here at Discord. Yeah, you can message me through Discord if you want. If you have a private message that you want to talk to me about something, feel free to send it on Discord. I will check it when I have a chance. But I'm not going to promise that I will be able to check it and or respond depending on what it is. I've never seen anyone in the Ashira city. You're talking about in Telekir? Like deeper in the Ashira area, like the city part of Telekir? Yeah, people go in there and they fight stuff every once in a while, but that's one of those dungeons. It's just a pain in the butt it's a pain to get to. The drops aren't really worth getting in there. It's a pain to get out of. Just the whole thing about it. It just kind of feels meh. That's where I feel like they need to. That's where I feel like they need to increase something. Like they need to do something, entice people to go to those areas, which they don't currently do. I don't think I've seen anyone more critical of the game than you, Criddle. No hard feelings. No, I'm extreme. That's what's funny to me is I'm super critical of this game, but then to have somebody come in for 2 minutes and be like, he's just a hype man. He's been PR trained to be a hype man of this game. What the heck? I'm like probably the most critical streamer of this game. Anyway, what's up, dude?
Bye-bye. They're going to come here soon.
Okay, I was going to come down when they come. Yeah. Very soon. Okay. Well, let me know when they're here because I was going to come down. Okay, I'm coming. I'm coming down when they get here. That was my plan. I don't see any monsters. I'm going to go meditate instead. But no, I Master Devil. I don't get offended by that. I'm extremely critical of this game because I want it to be a good game. I'm extremely critical of a lot of games that I play because I just want them to be good games. They mentioned buffs not losing duration while in a house. Yeah, I think they've already implemented that, or they're going to. When you're in a house or an inn, your buffs won't continue to tick. So you can like be in game. You can get all your buffs and be in game and chat with people and all that kind of stuff without losing your buffs, which is nice. As far as player housing, I mean, that could be an interesting choice, but I like the idea of meaningful congregated players in specific areas as opposed to renting a room in the inn. I like both ideas though. Well, it's going to work. They don't want to make it to where you have to own a house to get the benefit. So that's why you're going to be able to rent a room in the inn. It's going to be a much cheaper way to get the same benefit as owning the house and getting that rested bonus. Owning a house will have other bonuses like having crafting stations and central hubs where people can meet up to buy, sell, or trade gear and goods and things like that. That's the idea of the housing. It's not there yet. It's actually really far off, and they need to work on that a lot more. 9-slot belt pouch is worth it. The 9-slot. Oh, yeah. Is there a belt pouch that's 9-slot that the general drops? I didn't even know he dropped that. I've killed him a bunch. I've gotten a helmet, the cloak, and then his rare or his common item, which is like a ring that's really terrible or something. Add Sunken Resort to the minute list. Yeah, exactly. Sunken Resort's like a, why do we have a dungeon? I mean, that's kind of in the 35 to 40-ish range, so it's getting up there at the higher end, so it'll be utilized a little bit more since you do start to slow down XP in that 35 to 40 range. But getting all the way to Sunken Resort, getting a full group there, replacing members that have to leave there, it's just really tedious and a pain in the butt to deal with all that. So, yeah. Lots of folks in Monster Memory community seem to have very low opinion of World of Warcraft. I have a high opinion. I like World of Warcraft. And while that game has lots of problems, to pretend that it does not have a ton of complexity always makes me feel like folks are just a bit ignorant. And some things, how to speak, a ton of authority. Yeah. I mean, I think that I think that case, I'm just speaking for myself in that situation and kind of generalizing. The Monsters and Memories community as a whole wants an EverQuest style MMO, not a World of Warcraft style game, right? That's what they're looking for. And I totally get that. They're different games for different types of people, but I think that both of them are great. You know, I think EverQuest's great. I think that World of Warcraft's great. I think that Final Fantasy is great in different ways. And I think they're just made for different people. I want to play the game so bad. I've been playing EQ just to get my fix. Well, I'll be doing a giveaway for access. I have two friend codes that I can give away. We'll be doing that sometime this week, hopefully. So we're gonna finally confirm fear kiting is way faster. Oh yeah, it's stupidly faster. I lose. I'm glad you were able to figure it out and get it working though. It is ridiculously faster. Absolutely. Like, people don't realize how to play the game sometimes. Now, we're going to go ahead and put these bad boys on. Look at that. Look at that. We got bonuses, baby. Bonus. Thank you so much, Oreo, for the sub. I appreciate it, my friend. Yep, we'll probably do some sort of giveaway for 2 friend keys this week. I have a friend code I could donate to you as well. Sure, Caliber. If you want to message me on Discord if you have one to give away, what I will do, I have a way to do it. If you guys want to message me on Discord, if you have a friend code that you want to use, hit me up on Discord. We will do those sometime this week. I don't know when, but I will do them this week. Maybe tomorrow. What I want to do is figure out a fair way to do it, as fair as I can. Something that both YouTube and Twitch can do. So I got to figure something out. It's just the link correct for the code? Yeah, it's just the link. That link is when people click on that link and follow it and then make an account or whatever, they flag their account. So that's how that works. Yeah. Your friend doesn't care. Oh, it's a bummer. Let's see if we can make you a friend, Caliber. We'll give it away, but there's going to be an asterisk on there. You have to be friends with Caliber. Oh my goodness. I fell in love with MMOs because of Vanilla WoW, and Retail WoW has changed. Yeah, Retail WoW is very different. I miss what made Vanilla WoW. I agree. I prefer EverQuest style, Vanilla WoW style. I prefer that. The community-based, the social-based gameplay, I much prefer that. But it doesn't mean that I don't like Retail WoW and I don't like Final Fantasy XIV. I still like those for different reasons. I've been really enjoying Shroud of the Avatar. Really? Shroud of the Avatar? My understanding of Shroud of the Avatar was they just kind of ruined that game. That's a Richard Garriott game. For those that don't know, it's Ultima Online reimagined Richard Garriott game. And yeah, he kind of nailed it with Ultima games and then just kind of ruined everything after that. So, yeah. Interesting comment. Read WoW from chat. I don't play WoW anymore, part because I prefer the slower, more deliberate pace. I do too, yeah. WoW isn't bad, it just isn't my style. Yeah, it's not the style that I prefer anymore. I have nothing against World of Warcraft, though. Alright, I'm not paying attention here. My son came to tell me bye. His friend's mom... Oh, we're going to kill this guy. His friend's mom is coming to pick him up. They're going to camp today. That game is absolute dog water. I mean, yeah, Shroud of the Avatar, not for me, but hey, somebody might like it. What? Okay. Isar, don't let me die, please. I'll be right back in just a minute, guys. They're coming to pick up my son. Okay, sorry about that. Good, Esar didn't let me die. Thank you so much, Esar. My son was just picked up for his camp. He's got theater camp starting today. And then we got plays to go to on the weekend. So we actually get to watch. He's going to be part of the production. I don't know much about it. But anyway, he's got theater camp, so it should be fun. But yeah, he wanted to ride with his friend to theater camp today, so that's what he's doing, and then I'll be taking him the rest of the week and picking him up and all that. But yeah, super fun. Used to play WoW, but I quit right before Wrath of the Lich King. Yeah, that was about when the game... I would say Wrath of the Lich King, that entire expansion, and everything prior to that was amazing. Like, that was the best part of World of Warcraft, in my opinion. Everything after that, it just started to slowly go downhill, in my opinion. So, yeah. The other day, an older stream started playing after the live one, and I heard you mentioned you live in South Carolina. Same here. Live in the upstate. Nice. Yeah, I'm in Somerville, technically. But I lived in Charleston for a few years, and now I'm up in Somerville, which is like 30 minutes north or 30 minutes west, technically, I guess. It's like northwest of Charleston. So yeah. Pick back up in Legion for 2 expansions back. I did too. I played Legion. That was the last time I played it, I think, was Legion. And I played the Demon Hunter. Isn't that when they added in the Demon Hunter was Legion? I started for I played that game for maybe a month before Legion came out. And then I played most of Legion. The month before Legion came out, they were doing like these... What the heck are they called? They were doing like these events, these invasion events. And you could get crazy amounts of XP. So I leveled up like 5 or 6 characters to max level during that Legion event stuff. But to me, that is the reason that I am not a fan of World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy XIV and a lot of these newer games. EverQuest, the way that EverQuest does things, especially like EverQuest Legends, it's too fast to level up your character. And if your character levels up too quickly, then people generally don't get attached to their character. And now this, psychology-wise could be a whole different thing. But they generally don't get attached to their character. And when you don't get attached to it, you're willing to just quit the game at the drop of a hat. You could... And that to me is a problem. Let's say that I wanted to be in a raid guild in World of Warcraft. We leveled up. Everybody gets to the in-game raid. You get there in like a week or so. And you do the raid content, and within a month, you're just like, okay, I'm done. I've done everything. I've already geared up my character. I don't feel any attachment to the game whatsoever. I don't feel any attachment to the people that I'm playing with or the guild that I'm with. And I don't feel bad by just quitting, And then they'll quit. They'll come back 2 expansions later and do the exact same thing again. And I personally want a game that people want to stick to and want to play and want to, build relationships and friendships and help each other out to do things that do take time, spending, it might take you 100 hours camping one item. And, some people are going to look at that and go, that's boring. That's not fun. I don't want to do that. But for me, there's a feeling of satisfaction when you finally get it, and then there's a feeling of like I have something in this game that very few people have, and it might take a lot of friends to help you get that, and I personally love that. To me, that's what makes these games special and fun. One part I love about Vanilla WoW is the abundance of quests. I love that they lead you through the zones with awesome stories. Yeah, and that's what I prefer about Final Fantasy XIV, and what I preferred about Star Wars: The Old Republic is the story. World of Warcraft, I never followed the story. I tried to level as quickly as possible to get to raids, and just get the best gear, just so I could do the raids and the end game content. That's all I cared about. Final Fantasy, I followed the story. I loved the story. Star Wars: The Old Republic, I loved the story. It was really fun. But yeah, I want a game where like there isn't a story per se. There's a world which unfolds in front of you. That is EverQuest to me. That is Monsters and Memories. There's not like really a story necessarily that's happening. It's just like, this is the world that you live in. Go learn about it. You're not the main character. That's the kind of game that I want to play, is where you are not the main character. The story of the game is your character's story, whatever you make it. And I love that. I think that's what makes this game and some other games like it unique. One thing I love, fascinating, Guild Wars 2, horizontal progression. Yeah, the horizontal progression, I would love to see more of that, Doug. Yeah, you talked about that the other day on the stream, and I agree with you. I want to see a lot more horizontal progression. You know, leveling up to get to level 60, cool. But what do you do as you level? That's the horizontal progression. Going out and getting the gear, I feel like, is more horizontal progression. Doing the quest lines, you know, unlocking dungeons and raids and all that. I love that kind of stuff. Have you looked some hateful comments on the last VOD and YouTube, Monsters and Memories channel? On the Monsters and Memories channel, I don't read a lot of their comments on their VOD, but no. Has there been a lot of hate over there? People just like to hate. Like, I may disagree with the devs, and I may disagree with some community members on the direction of this game, but no place in my heart, there's no place for the hate. You know, like I don't understand that. Oh, we're going to pull one of these guys. I wonder if we can, free kill. Come with me, wolf. Been weird detaching myself from the vertical progression obsession. Yeah. I get it. Remember farming the fungi tunic? Took you 3 days to get it? Yeah, and that's something that I love, you know? I absolutely love that type of thing, and being able to do that again, finally. You know, we finally have a game where you could spend hours and hours and hours camping something. Sean talked about that recently, where he said that his wife asked him about that. He was playing a game and he was sitting in one spot, and his wife like left for a few hours, came home, and he was literally still sitting in the same spot, and he wasn't even doing anything the whole time. And she's like, "Why do you do that? Is that fun?" He's like, "Yeah, it's a blast." And that's what I agree. Like that, that's where I'm at with. I agree with Sean on that. And I think that's why I like this game so much, is because Sean, the way that he thinks about this game is very similar to the way that I think about it. We may disagree on like the fundamentals, but I think we really agree on the vision and where they want to go with it. Journey before destination. Yeah, that's what this game is all about. Honestly, it's journey before destination. I want someone to take Evil Island and turn it into an MMO. I don't. What is Evil Islands? I don't know what that is. I agree on the main character thing. I should be a tiny cog in the wheel. I don't matter. Yeah, I love that. I absolutely love that. To me, that's more like a D&D situation. You start out in D&D, you're just a random nobody, and you got to build your reputation up. And by the end of a D&D campaign, if done well, you are an important person, but still not the main character, you know? But you might be very important and integral to the story, but you're not the main character still. Games like EQ Live, emergent storytelling, actually technical term, WoW, and the other modern MMOs have built-in story. Yeah. And I don't mind the built-in story. I love a good story. Like, I love a good single-player story game. Absolutely love it. But you know, sometimes I just want to have like a world that I live in. You know, Vanilla WoW world, there's no main story. Retail is very different, but I think one of the reasons Vanilla WoW was so popular is because it felt like a living world. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, they kind of started to make a story in World of Warcraft over the years, right? I never followed the story in World of Warcraft, so I don't know, but... I told you there was some recent hate towards the game. They hated the last because the thumbnail shows something with an AI generated, but it was just a joke. But haters are just... Oh, wait, are you talking about the... Sean was talking about something that I didn't mention from the deep dive, or not deep dive, from his stream overview, because it didn't really matter. But the AI generated goblin thing that's like the premature release thing. Are you talking about that? Yeah, people are going to hate the game for whatever reason they want to hate it. That's why I find it funny when people think that I am hating on the game. No, I just have I have an opinion on what the game should be. There's just a lot of hate out there in the world. I don't understand why. They just want to watch the world burn. My wife asked the same questions. Yeah, I get it. My girlfriend asked me the same question. She likes to play video games, and she asked me the same thing. She's like, why do you want to just sit there and do stuff? Why do you want to log in at a certain... Like, I was downstairs watching a movie with her the other night, and I'm like, hang on a second. I need to go upstairs and kill something real fast. And she's like, what? And I was like, yeah, it only spawns every 72 minutes. So I just got to go kill it really quickly. And I went upstairs, and I killed it, and then I went back downstairs, and we continued watching the movie. And she's like, what the heck? Like, she didn't get it. She did not understand. And then 72 minutes later, I was like, hey, hang on a second. I need to go kill this thing real quick. We were watching Project Hail Mary, which is like a 2.5 hour long movie. So I was able to kill the thing that I needed to kill twice during the movie. So I was like, pause the movie real quick. Let me run upstairs, kill something real fast, and I'll be right back. And she just didn't understand it. She was just like, this is dumb. But while I did that, she got up, fixed the drink, went to the bathroom, did that thing, We just kept going. They just need an excuse to hate this game. Yeah, people just need an excuse. They're going to find an excuse. They're always going to find an excuse to hate it. Personally, how I look at it is if I don't like something so much that all I want to do is hate on it, like literally hate on it, not critique it, not give my opinion on it, like literally just hate on the game, I'm not going to play it. For example, Pantheon. I got to the point in Pantheon where I just cannot stand... The game's fine. Well, the game's completely and utterly broken. I can't stand the way Visionary Realms is handling that game. And all I do is just talk negatively about it, and I hate it. So I don't play it anymore. I avoid it. I don't understand why some of these people want to stick around in a game that's like that. Oh, I'm just gonna go and watch YouTube videos and then just argue with people on YouTube and Twitter and Reddit and Discord and Twitch and all that. I'm just gonna go and argue with people on it because I hate the game so much. Find something better to do with your day. I don't go to Pantheon streams. I don't go to Pantheon YouTube channels. I just avoid the game completely. People generally come to me and ask me my opinion on Pantheon, and then I give it to them, and then they're like, why do you hate the game so much? And I'm like, I'm avoiding it. I literally want nothing to do with it. It's crazy. Evil Island is a strategy RPG game from 2000. Okay. One of my all-time favorites because it had real depth and just did things differently than most games of these genres. The company later made Aladdin's Online, which is more popular, but really just a cheap Russian WoW knockoff, and it has nothing to do with the previous game. I'll have to look into it. It could be interesting. I got so many games that I want to play. When I start getting into MMOs, though, that's where I stop playing all of my solo games or single-player games, and I lose track of everything that's happening in the gaming world. And I'm trying to keep a pulse on it now, but I get really engrossed in my MMOs. That's why, like, this game is going to be my main game. I'm probably going to stream it a good 90% of the time when I stream for the next several years, as long as I'm enjoying the game and they continue to make it the same way that they have envisioned it and say that they want it to be. I will be playing this game for at least a few years and streaming it. But I would like to also branch out and do some single player stuff here and there. So hopefully we can make that happen. Hopefully. This is a very, very, very niche game, so it's not gonna attract thousands of viewers, you know. Gonna have to grow. Not the fact of hating it, it's the fact they ruined it. Oh, Pantheon? Yeah, exactly. I don't hate Pantheon, and I hopefully they make a great game, but yeah, they just ruined it in my opinion. Absolutely ruined it. Had to take a break, just over halfway through 39. Nice. That's not that bad. You're going through 39 fairly quickly. You're doing okay. Pantheon just really dropped the ball when they switched to comic graphics. Haven't looked back since. Brad would be rotting in his rotating. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. I agree, guys. I agree. You know, money talks is how I look at it. I loved Pantheon. I was trying to hype up Pantheon. I was making videos on it. I was streaming it every day. I was critiquing it. But ultimately, I loved the game. Just like I'm doing with Monsters and Memories. I just quit because I got tired of trying to tell people, hey, here's what's wrong with the game, but they're fixing it. Here's what's wrong with the game, but they're fixing it. I got tired of it because I didn't feel like they were fixing anything. This game, on the other hand, I say things that are wrong with it. I say how they're planning to fix it, and I feel like they actually are fixing it. I'm gonna grab one of these actually over here. Like they make progress in this game, and I feel it's good. Message sent. All right, thanks Oreo. I'll check it out on Discord. Show on stream giving away at the West Bank. Okay. So Burl is giving away Ironhide Bracer at the West Bank and Ironhide Girdle at the West Bank. If anybody wants one of these two items, check out Burl at the West Bank. Go grab them. Anyway, Burlioso. Yep, it's Burlioso. But yeah, like I hope that Pantheon's successful. I hope that EverQuest Legends is successful. Actually, I don't hope that EverQuest Legends is successful. I don't like Daybreak, and they're not going to change. Daybreak as a company is not going to change. But you know, whatever. For the devs that are working on the games, I hope that all of the games that the devs are working on are successful, and I wish them luck in those endeavors. I really, really do. But for the money grab side of things, yeah. Whomever at those companies is trying to do the money grab, those people, I don't know. I don't want to say negative things about people, but I do not get along with them. I don't agree with them. Normally I would, but those aren't great for Spellblades. I'll probably let someone else get them. Yeah, go grab them. I mean, whatever. Runs there as fast as a goblin legs will take me. Do it. Send him a tell. Maybe he'll hold them for you. I don't know. I don't know if he's doing first come, first serve or what, but he's giving away those 2 items at the West Bank. It's like a grab and go. A little grab and go over there at the West Bank. Wait, what is this? Is this a player? Wait, how is this Oh, there's multiple Sangrel. Oh, I see what happened. Okay, I think somebody pulled those mobs over there. And, yeah. Now they're walking back. Daybreak Games, they break games. Yeah. Yeah. I don't feel like Daybreak breaks the game. I just feel like they monetize the... I don't know if I would say monetize the fun out of it, but I don't know. I feel like games should be box price or sub price or in-game cash shop. At most, 2 of those things. Never 3 of those things. And I don't say never, like I'm one of those people that's like never say never kind of people, right? I try to be. But I just don't understand why you would say I'm going to have a box price and a sub price and a cash shop. That just screams, I just want to take your money. We're not going to put quality of life into it because we want you to buy the quality of life once we hook you on the game after you've already bought it and you're paying a sub. Like, what the crap? What is this? Because clearly we know that people are going to pay for quality of life. They are willing to pay for quality of life. They're asking for it in Monsters and Memories every single day. People want more quality of life in Monsters and Memories. So if Monsters and Memories was to release the game, start charging a sub, and then say all of a sudden, out of nowhere, hey, by the way, you can buy more storage space on your character and in your bank, and it only costs you $5. Of course, people are going to buy that, right? Because it's tedious to play the game without it, and they want to play it. So now they're going to buy that additional storage space. Is it pay to win? No, it's not pay to win, but clearly you've created the game in such a tedious way that people will absolutely pay for it. And that, to me, is what's predatory and needs to go away in gaming. Probably the main reason that I like Niche Worlds Cult and what they're doing. They're not charging everybody for every little thing, all the different quality of life. They're just telling you, we're not going to give you quality of life. You don't get it. You just don't get it. Whether you pay for it or not, you're just not getting it. So I think they should add more quality of life to this game. But I would quickly stop playing the game, stop streaming the game, stop talking about the game if they went that route. And with a real, if they made real money trading and all that kind of stuff. But they're not. Just to clarify, Niche Worlds Cult is not doing that. They're going to have a sub price, and that's it. I don't want to confuse people. I was going to try to catch up to you, Burl. If I can, level-wise. Depending on when this deep dive comes out. At least get within, like, a few levels of you. So that we can group up again, but we'll see. Sit down. Sit down. Ooh, what's everybody's hope for the next deep dive? I'd like to see like one of the martial classes get a deep dive. Another martial class, I guess, since we just got rogue. Like monk or fighter. I want to see a tank. That's probably what I would prefer to see right now would be a tank. Because I want to see what their plan is with tanks going forward. Because I feel like tanks right now feel kind of out of place with the changes that they're making. You want to see Necro and Cleric? I would love to see Cleric. Necro, I don't think is going to change too much. I think it's going to lose some of its abilities and it's going to lose some of its overall power. But I think Necro ultimately is going to stay very much the same at the end of the day. But yeah, Cleric I do want to see for sure. What's the story behind calling Fighter instead of Warrior? I don't know if there is a story on that. I really don't. But hey, they didn't copy EverQuest on one thing. It's not a warrior, it's a fighter. But it's the same thing. Yeah, I don't know. I've never heard any reasoning for calling it fighter. Maybe D&D? I mean, maybe. I mean, fighter was also Final Fantasy 1. You had the fighter. And you had the fighter, the black mage, white mage, red mage. You know, you had those classes. I don't know. I have no idea. Fighter feels so generic, like calling wizard caster or cleric healer. Yeah, I agree. I kind of get it. How do I convert coins down? Go to the bank. You got it? Okay, cool. Just had to drop the coin in the silver box. Yep. Not really intuitive, but once you figure it out, you're like, that makes sense. Right? Like, literally, it makes sense. Ha. Dad jokes. Oh no, these are light blue now. We have to move. I was going to say let's get to 27 here. But we'll stay here until 27, I guess. But yeah, these are now light blue. Striker was. So I'm going to hit 27. Where am I going to go at 27? I'm trying to stay on this side of the world and camp stuff. We could go back into Black Tide Bay. I'm wondering if there's any camps in Black Tide Bay that we could check out. Hey Issa, are you still here? Are there any camps in Black Tide Bay that we don't know all of the drops for? Maybe I could go camp one of those and just gain some XP and learn the drops. I don't know where he went. I never know what he's doing. Did he log out? Let's see. Who all Isar? Who all Gith? He logged out. What a stinker. He probably went to the gym. I'll send him a text. Because that could actually be really cool. What we could do in that situation is Isar likes to camp stuff. He loves camping stuff. Like, that's his favorite thing in the world to do for some reason. He likes to learn where different things drop and all that. So let me see if I can... That'd be fun thing that we could do together. That now that I'm getting slightly higher level. And he could power level me so we could get to the higher levels and do drops at the same time. You ever play classic Final Fantasy 11? If so, how did you like compared to this game? I only played a very little of Final Fantasy 11. I was really into EverQuest during the Final Fantasy 11 days, and I just didn't really want to get away from EverQuest, to be honest. So I played it a little bit. There are a few things that do compare between this game and that game, like that it's very grindy. It's group-oriented, where you're not going to be soloing a lot of mobs. Well, the idea is that you won't be soloing a lot of mobs. Very long camps, waiting for things to spawn. It's still going to be very much like that. There's a few things, though, that are different as well. People like to talk about the Final Fantasy 11 XP chains, where you get more XP if you're like chain killing enemies, and they would like to see that in this game. It is currently not in this game, but that's something that people have talked about a few times that I've heard. So there are some similarities, but not a ton, other than it's just a very grindy old school style of game. You can probably find similarities, though, with this game with any old school MMO. So Final Fantasy, World of Warcraft, and EverQuest being the main three. But even some similarities to like Ultima Online, Dark Age of Camelot, Lord of the Rings. Like, you could find some similarities to pretty much all of those games. Of course, it's mostly EverQuest. The easiest. You could draw a line almost directly from EverQuest 1 to this game and just be like, they're the same in a lot of ways. They're trying to get away from that, though. Trying to. And they're doing a good job of that, I believe. Good afternoon. How you doing, DP? Alright, that guy will come around in a minute, so we'll get that one. And meanwhile, we can get rid of some of these bears. While we have all the high-level shaman buffs. Kill these bears. The bears. Wow, even the grizzly bear is light blue. What the heck? I guess that makes sense. I think those are like level 20 or 21. I'm a big Final Fantasy 11 private server gamer. I would say the XP chain is such a cool mechanic. I think it would fit in this game too. Makes a target for a party XP to chase. Yeah, you know, I mean, it would fit. Yes, it would absolutely fit. I'm torn on that one. Like, the reason I don't like the XP chain is because it focuses a lot on DPS. And you got to make sure you kill monsters fast enough to keep the chain going. But I guess it depends on how you actually do it, right? Like how you set it up. I don't want this to become one of those games where you can't take a break. You can't pause at all. So, hola. How you doing, Serial? But yeah, that's the only reason I would say. Like, an XP chain would be fine in this game. But it just depends on how they set it up. Like, how quickly do you need to kill an enemy to keep the chain going, right? What do you really appreciate and enjoy about the game right now? I mean, the only thing that I really appreciate and enjoy about this game, the main reason I play it, is for the social aspect of it. Even though I'm not in a group right now, I know people say that all the time. Well, why are you soloing all the time if you like the social side of it? I get it. I'm not soloing all the time. This is the best way to currently level in the game. And I'm trying to level classes as quickly as possible so that I can give you a good feel for them and I can talk about them and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But I prefer to play this game in groups, and that's the main thing that I'm looking forward to in this game is the social aspect of it. Being in a living, breathing world with a lot of other players, and you want to work with them, not against them, as much as possible. That's what I love about this game, and games like it. Waspy is balanced or DPS pet? Waspy is a DPS pet, I believe. It is considered a DPS pet, but it is the best tank pet, the best DPS pet, the best balance. It's just the best pet. It's the meta pet right now, currently. I should just change his name to I'm the meta pet. That's why I play it. It's just literally the overall best pet. Poison's OP? No, it's not the poison that's OP. It's the lethargic sting, which is the slow. So it's got an attack speed slow that it does. So you get the attack speed slow on the mob, and it decreases. Let's say it's only 15%. We don't know what the percentage of the slow is, but it stacks up to 3 times. If it's 5% per stack, it stacks 3 times. It's 15%, right? So let's say that it's 15% slow. Well, a 15% slow means that the monsters are doing 15% less damage. So there it makes. Oh shoot. Oh boy. Well, these are light blue now. I should be able to kill these. Hopefully I can kill these. Get off of me, man! There we go. I'm gonna assume that I can do 2 of these at once right now. We're gonna try. But yeah, that's what makes it the best. So it's the best at holding aggro. It takes the least amount of damage because of the slow. It does good damage because it's a DPS pet. I'm pretty sure. It's just all around the best. It needs to be balanced. Balance in the game right now is kind of not in a good place. You're right, it'll make people not want to take a break. Dropping the chain can still feel bad. Yeah, did a good job making DPS requirements. Not too bad, and it was more of a puller issue and flex. Yeah, so anyway, we'll see what they do with it. Yeah, I don't mind the XP chains, but yeah, those are my only gripes about it. Is dual wielding still viable, or does Beastmaster have to play with two-handed weapon now? Dual wield is still ultimately, I think, the best way to play the game. There's no reason in the game whatsoever to go two-handed or dual wield outside of the damage ratio. So if whichever weapon you have that's got the highest damage ratio to output the most amount of damage is what you want to do. They said in their deep dive, which is confusing players, and the reason that they ask that question is because they said that they have abilities that require two-handed weapons. They don't. They in fact do not have abilities that require two-handed weapons. They do not have a way to actually do that in the game. So I don't know why they thought, hey, we're going to tell people that we're going to have abilities that use two-handed weapons, and even make it to where if you look at the ability, like Mangle here, and it says right here, ability requires a two-handed weapon. It doesn't. And they know it doesn't, but they said it anyway. It feels bad, right? They should have never said that. Don't jump in the water. This water? Yeah, don't jump in the water here, for sure. Your current main game is Entropia Universe? Sorry, I missed that a minute ago. It's really slow, is it? I've never even heard of it. But yeah, that's the kind of stuff that the devs need to try to avoid if they can, is saying something that is just flat out not true. Until they actually make it to where they have the functionality to use two-handed weapons, like require a two-handed weapon or a one-handed weapon or whatever, or a slashing or piercing or anything like that. Until they have the functionality that requires that, they should not say that it requires it, because it's going to confuse players. Even in a beta, it's going to confuse players. And you don't want players to be confused. It's going to hurt your casual player by doing that. The casual player is going to read it. Oh, I have to use a two-handed weapon to use Chop. Okay, well, Chop doesn't actually say it anymore. But I have to use a two-handed weapon to use this ability. Okay, let me equip a two-handed weapon, use the ability. Well, guess what? You equipped a two-handed weapon to use that ability because you wanted to use the ability, but your weapon is now worse because it's got a worse damage delay ratio. But you're like, I'm willing to sacrifice that slightly worse damage delay ratio to use an ability that you don't need to use the weapon for. Just the whole thing. it's going to hurt the casual player because they just don't realize it. Eventually, they'll figure it out, probably, hopefully. But, yeah. Just like Charm, I'm going to play the game this way because that's the way that it is intended to be played by devs. I'm going to put the round peg into the square hole. You know, like it's that whole thing. Round peg goes in round hole, square peg goes in square hole. That's the way it's intended. But can I just put the round peg into any one of the holes? Sure. Can I put any peg into the round hole? Sure. You know, if it works that way, go for it. And that's the problem with it. That is the problem. Real cash economy MMO4G. It's been running since 2003. A cash economy, like a real life money economy MMO. I would not like that at all. Oh, we got the named. That's funny. I've been fighting over here for days, and I've only seen this named twice, three total times. No, the core is completely free to play, but everything in game is tied to their monetary system. And as you engage with the game, you have diminishing returns, which is how the economy makes money. It's the incentive that if... Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess you could turn a game into real life money, but I feel like I feel like anything that ties a video game into real world money is just a recipe for disaster. Like Diablo 3 did that, where you could sell items on, like, literally had a built-in real money trade auction house, and they did that. I feel like it ruined their game. Then they ultimately took it out. Are there dungeon bosses similar to WoW? Fat Loots from Named. Yeah, so there are... No, it's not like WoW. World of Warcraft dungeons with their dungeon bosses are instanced. So you get your group together, you go through and you kill the dungeon bosses, and you collect loot, you reset the instance, and you repeat. That's World of Warcraft. This game does not have that. Shadowbane Mantle. Those are pretty terrible. This game does not have that at all. There are dungeons that have bosses in them, but it's all contested. So it's just like out in the open world, and you just go into a dungeon and you just start killing monsters. And if somebody's there camping it, then they're there camping it. There's not instancing or anything like that. So, yes, there are dungeons with bosses, but no, it's not like World of Warcraft. And they do have fat loots. Like what I just got. That named right there is an example of, like, this could be a dungeon. We could be sitting in a dungeon right now, and that name could have just spawned, and, you know, I killed it. What's my most sick item? I mean, I got a few of them that are really good. Depends on your class. Like I've got a lantern or a lamp, whatever, lantern that has 5 health regen on it. You can put it on your belt slot, and it's unlimited light. Really good item for the classes that can use it. I've got a shield from a raid boss. That's the best shield in the game. It's got like a bunch of extra stats on it. Really cool item. I've got a clicky book that gives me an ability that I wouldn't otherwise have. It's a really good ability for tanks, and it gives you an ability that only 2 of the 4 tanks has, but it gives you armor class and health and magic regen, or magic resistance. You know, there's a lot of good, cool items out there. That's the thing about this game. Another one of the things that I like is like it's not like World of Warcraft where one item completely makes or breaks your character. Like it's just super strong singular item. There are some items out there that are very strong like that, but it's not. I don't know. It's a little bit different. Oh no, I'm out of haste and speed of the wild and all my buffs. Where'd Isar go? My buff bot's gone. Oh, another one of my favorite items is the clicky shrink item that I have that Isar got me. Yeah, it's a clicky shrink eyeball. So you basically target a player or yourself or whatever and cast it, and it shrinks them. It's a fun little item to have. No pocket shaman for buffs. Yeah, I don't know where he went. I sent him a text. I don't know where he went. He probably went to the gym. Or he's working. He logged out right here, though. Give me a second. Let me log him in. I'm just kidding. I'm not going to do that. This is a no box server. I'm not going to box on a no box server. Nope, 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 nope. I play by the rules. I just hope the devs can enforce them. If you're gonna have rules but you don't enforce them, then what's the point in having the rules, you know? Wonder if gathering nodes change their spawn behavior based on the amount of times they've been gathered recently? No. I don't think the logic is that advanced. Gathering nodes is basically you have, in an area, you might have 20 nodes for whatever it is, right? Let's say 20 mining nodes of gold. At any time, 5 of those nodes might be up at most. Once 5 of them have spawned, no other node will spawn until you actually take down one of those 5 that is up. Once you take down one of those 5, X number of time later, let's say 60 seconds later, one of the other remaining nodes will pop. So at any given time, a maximum number of nodes can spawn, but there are usually more spawn locations than there are active nodes. One of my favorite farms currently is all the human farms and stuff in the Sungreet Strands lumber camp. The first time I went there, I couldn't gather the wood fast enough. It was spawning so fast. Yeah, that's because like all their spawns are in one little area. I don't know why they don't spread those out more. Like, I don't understand. I'm in the middle of a wooded area. This tree, for example, that you can barely see right here, but like some of these trees all throughout here, all these trees that you see right here, they don't spawn wood on them for some weird reason. But then you go over on another area of the map, and it's like every tree in that area spawns wood. So you just kind of run around in that little area for a minute and gather up wood. Why can't you just come up to some of these trees? Why can't all of these trees have a chance of spawning wood? Like, I don't know. That's a dev question. You guys have to ask them why they do it that way. It's also what I figured. Maybe there was a cap on the amount of nodes in the zone. There is, yeah. So once I cleared all the nodes, the other spots of the zone were full. Yeah. Yep. There's a cap on what can be like how many nodes can be up of a particular spawn. But it's generally in a particular area as well. So there might be like over here you have some wood, and then over here in this other area you have some wood on two different locations, and they might be separate. So like there might be 20 in one area and 20 in another area, but only 5 in each area can be active at one time. They usually don't share them that way, where like there could be 10 up over here, or there could be 5 here and 5 here, but they share. They don't usually do that. It's usually this area is one, this area is another, and this area is another, that kind of thing. So if I want to gather wood, I need to move around the zone. Not necessarily, yeah. You don't need to move around the zone. You just need to move around the area of the zone. You just need to know like which ones are tied to each other. For example, another good example of that are the herbs. You can get herbs in this zone that spawn along these cliffs. And they all are tied to each other, but it's all along these cliffs. But this cliff runs from here way the heck over there. Like it spans almost the entire length of this zone. Those are all tied together as one giant cluster of spawns, but they span the length of the zone. So it depends on what you're trying to farm. Most of the time though, like with trees, it's clusters of areas. It's not spanning the entire zone. It's just like this grouping of trees spawn together. And then for mining nodes, it's like this grouping of mining nodes spawns together. For herbs, they're more spread out. And that's what makes herbalism kind of a pain in the butt. Not a lot of people level up herbalism very high. It's just it's a big pain to level it. And alchemy is a pain to level as well. So, yeah, just generally speaking, people just don't level those two things. I should probably do a video on all the trade skills, which one's easier, which one's more difficult, but I need to do on alchemy. I don't think I ever did a video on alchemy. I did one at all. I do all the gathering on your Spellblade. That's got to be rough. Yeah, I do a lot of the gathering on my fighter, but that's just so I can just run around and gather stuff. But if you want to have a good gatherer, I would recommend having probably like a druid, because you have invis, you have teleports, you have speed of the wild. It's just really easy to kind of get around and gather stuff much, much faster. There's a huge benefit to some of these classes, and people just don't realize the benefit to some of these classes. And there's a reason people majority play druids, right? Like, why is druid the most played class? There's a reason for that. It's good at solo, it's good in a group, it's good for gathering. It's just good. at a lot of things. Yeah. Herbs don't move much on the market. They sure don't. Not many people want to deal with trying to do herbalism and then sell it. People that are trying to do alchemy, they just go get their own herbs because not enough people sell the herbs to do the alchemy. But then there's also not enough people doing the alchemy for people to go out and just do a bunch of herb gathering and selling it to alchemists. It just that those two things just don't feel good. It's if you do alchemy, you also need to do herbalism. But you know the crystal market, what do they call it? The BMCs. People were selling those for a long time. That's because they were leveling enchanting and trying to get enchants on all their gear. That's another thing that people are missing out on. A lot of people are like, oh, I don't have stats and stuff on my gear. I need more stats. Like, how are you getting all these stats and all that? It's enchanting gives you quite a lot of stats. +5 per piece. Kind of nuts. I can have the magic fronds and things I get from herbs. Yeah, that's the thing. Is people get them all from mining. They level up their mining, which is much easier to level than herbalism. But you get just as many of the fronds as you get the crystallized magics. Yeah, the base herbs don't move at all. Yeah, you are correct. They need to work on alchemy some. Like certain herbs would probably sell for more if you know what people are using to level with and how, like, the best ways to level up, or if you know what herbs are needed for the best potions. Like I would say strength potions, intelligence potions, invis potions, IVU potions, speed of the wild. All those things would probably sell if you were to try to create a market for that. They would most likely sell. But there just really is no market for it. I'm happy to make you guys all of those things absolutely free if you get me the materials for it. But I'm not going to go out harvesting materials for hours and hours and hours to just give away a bunch of that stuff. I guess I could. It's a pain in the butt to level alchemy, though. A real pain in the butt. Give me a second while we meditate. I'm going to go grab a drink, and I think I'm going to make something to eat real quick. I'm a little hungry. So I'll be back in just a couple minutes. Alrighty. Almost perfect timing. Look at that. We just got our mana back. I want my mana back, mana back, mana back. Hey, what's going on, Serial? How you doing? What else can we pull over here? Well, let's not waste mana. Go ahead and use that. Yeah, I want to level up this character. I might take this one all the way to 60. We'll see how it goes. I'm enjoying this one. It's my play style. Can you solo all the way? I don't know if you go to solo all the way or not. I would imagine yes. You probably can solo all the way up to 60. I've soloed all the way so far on this character. So yeah, I would imagine you could probably solo all the way to 60. But I like this class so far. This is kind of my speed, my play style. It works for me. Is it a visual bug, or are you hitting a mob with a bow? Visual bug. If you shoot your bow at something, it will sometimes bug out, and the bow will just stay in your hand. Don't know why it does that. I think you can fix it by just going like, yeah, just doing that. And then, there you go. And that fixes it. You know, if I'm going to complain about something, that's not going to be it. Hello there. I'm looking to raid someone with a parent tag. Cool if I send them your way. Sure, stock guy, come on over. I try to stay very family friendly. There's absolutely nothing about this game that I don't think that kids can watch. Like, you know, yeah, very super family friendly for me. I am always family friendly. The game that I'm playing is not necessarily always family friendly, but I am absolutely always family friendly. Come on over. Let's go get this forest drake. It is so dark. I can't see nothing. They will ask you to run ads so you can make money off them. Hope you don't mind. I don't ever run ads, but Twitch will automatically run ads. I don't ever personally run them myself. But there will probably be ads automatically done. I probably should run them more, to be honest. We're going to hit level 27, and then I'm going to run to town, and we're going to get all of our spells. I think the last time I bought spells... Well, no, I guess I had the level 25. What was this one down here? And this was 26, so actually I can go ahead and get this one now. I wanted to see what this was, too. Exert your dominance over a target, decreasing their physical attack dealt by 10% and increasing yours by the same amount, 15 seconds. I want to see what the duration or the recast is on that ability. So let me... Totally forgot that I had that. Let's put that in... let's put it here for now. We might have to, like... We're going to get rid of Invigorate Companion. I don't really use that. We'll stick that here. Cooldown 30 seconds, so for... That's a 15% uptime, or a 50% uptime. That's pretty dang good, man. So that's basically a 5% increase in your DPS overall. If it's 10% for 15 seconds and it's up 50% of the time, that's pretty good. Wow. We're gonna have to check that bad boy out. Howl of Dominance. Let's get this Drake. Hello, Drake. Come to my little campfire. Welcome, Raiders. Hello, hello. Welcome, everyone. Glad to see you. Glad to have you. Ads. Run ads. I generally don't run ads, but thank you for coming in. I appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. Glad to have you all. Monetize us. Oh my goodness. You guys are just blowing it up in here. That's nuts. We're here to help you make money. Well, you guys being here helps me make plenty. So thank you for being here. I appreciate it. You're awesome. You'll automatically get some ads every now and then. Just Twitch does that. They always do it. So yeah, it's just how it is. Stock guy wants 10% for the raid. I need some stock info. I do need that. I do run stock stuff. Display ad. You should be getting ads automatically coming over here, I would imagine. It should automatically do it. Three random letters. Is that how you guys do it over there? How you do stocks? I'm on the NVIDIA train. If you want to talk stocks, I'm on the NVIDIA train right now. It's probably going to crash and I'm probably going to lose all my money, but that's where I'm sitting currently. In the NVIDIA train. Good train. It's a solid train at the moment. Buy high, sell low? Yes, absolutely. It's a risky train. It is definitely a risky train. It could derail at any moment. We'll see. How am I liking this game? I'm loving this game. This game is absolutely what I love. I love MMOs. I love old school games. So that's... Yeah, this is an old school... It's a new game, but it's old school style. And I'm absolutely having a blast playing it. Not everybody's going to enjoy this style of game, though. It's not for everyone. Have you heard of a company called Micron? I have, yeah. I do know Micron. I haven't jumped on that one. ScanDisk, I wish I would have gotten on ScanDisk like 6 months or a year ago. That one blew up recently, didn't it? That's nuts. That is a nutty one to be on. Do you have a retro PC? You know, it's getting there. It's getting there very quickly. I need a new PC. I need to upgrade. Stick to high-end Yeah, I could talk a little stocks. I dabble. I don't know a lot. I'm sure you all know a lot more than I do. Sell your house and go in all Micron. Yeah. Well, I don't currently own my home. Crypto? I don't. I avoid crypto. I don't like crypto. It's not for me. Are we family friendly here? Yes. I am always family friendly. The games that I play are not necessarily always family friendly. I am always family friendly. Yeah, I don't curse. I don't do anything that's not family friendly. But the game that I play, I might play a mature rated game every now and then. So, you know, be aware of that. But I try to keep it very family friendly. Man, this game is so dark. I can't see nothing. Stock Guy is not family friendly at all. Well, you know, we can't all be family friendly. And that's okay. I don't mind people that are not family friendly. I don't expect, when I go to a Twitch channel, I don't expect people to be family friendly because they're generally not. It's the internet. Let's be honest. They're not family friendly. Not usually in the least. Even the family friendly ones half the time are not family friendly. It's crazy. Rated you because Stocky is a dad too. Awesome. I am a dad. My son was actually just here not too long ago. He went to theater camp today. So he's got theater camp all week. And so he was just here. When did he leave? Like 2 hours ago or something like that? Yeah, he was just here hanging out. But theater camp now. I got to go pick him up in a couple hours from that. Stocky's 10% stocks, 90% embarrassing personal stories. Ooh, I like embarrassing personal stories. I can get behind that. I mean, I can get behind stock as well. I love playing classes with minions, pets. Is Eminem right for me? There are several classes with pets. So you have the Beastmaster, the Necromancer, and the Elementalist, and the Enchanter. And right now, the Shaman all has pets. But I would say that the first three that I named are your pet classes. So if you want to play a class with a pet, then yes, absolutely that. Absolutely that. But yeah, I'm glad to have new people in that. So you guys are not all the raiders. You're not gamers necessarily. You're just like to listen to the stock guy tell embarrassing stories while giving you some terrible stock advice. Is that is that what you guys do? I will give you some stock advice, but it will always be bad, and you should probably never listen to me. Mostly degenerates. I like that. That's fun. It's a very diverse audience. Okay, nice. Finance is the game. I love that. Yeah, I love that. Yeah, I mess around with stocks quite often. I use Fidelity as my on my phone. I'll log into Fidelity and mess around with stocks and kind of do some things here and there. I need to check out the Stock Guys stream someday. I've actually heard of him before, but I've never actually been to the streams. I just kind of do my own research. just for those that don't know me, all of you that just came in and like multiplied my channel by tenfold, I actually have an economics background, so like that's what my bachelor's degree is economics, and we did a lot of stock and stuff like that in college. So I absolutely love that kind of stuff. I get into it. So kind of interesting that he came and raided me. We love economics? Absolutely, yeah, me too. I do too. What stock should I dump my next paycheck straight into? They're saying Micron was the was the consensus when they came in. Now I don't know if that's a joke or not. I know that Micron does okay. I don't know if something's changing there. Hook me up with an Ironhide girdle. Nice, awesome, Pete. I'm glad you got the Ironhide girdle. I also stream, just by the way, for those that don't know, I also stream over on YouTube every day. It's a dual stream. So definitely check that out if you prefer the YouTube side of things. But yeah, I might be reading something. That's what Pete just said. What's my portfolio right now? Mostly it is NVIDIA. Mostly NVIDIA. It's very, very heavily in NVIDIA. I can tell you. I'll tell you what I have. I've got some Fidelity stocks. I'm not going to go into like details on exact numbers and stuff, but I'll tell you where the stocks are in. AMD, no diverse. Oh no, I diversified. Like, hang on, I'll talk to you about it. I diversified, but it's mostly a lot of it is in Nvidia right now. And if it crashes, my life crashes and burns with it. No, I buy like individual stocks on some things and some things not. Let me pull it up. Whoops, wrong one. If it'll pull up positions, there we go. So we've got some Meta, some Nvidia, and Uber. Dude, a friend of mine told me to buy some Uber recently. These are the ones that I play in. I just buy them and kind of see what happens with them. But I bought Uber a couple years ago. A buddy of mine was like, you need to buy some Uber. So I took $5,000, put it into Uber, and just haven't touched it. And yeah, that's up a lot. That one did really well. But I also do like the Fidelity stocks, like the FBGRX. You guys don't know what these are. I don't know nearly as much about them, I'm sure, as you guys do. FBGRX, FNILX, FSKAX, and FXAIX. I have a lot of stuff into those. Like mutual funds. That's where I diversify, is the mutual funds. Is I get a bunch of those and kind of mess around. So yeah, that's me in a nutshell. Wild Stocky came here. Yeah. Stocky's computer is too old to dual stream. Can you help him out? I can try. I have two computers. I have my game computer and then I have a stream computer. I can absolutely help him out if he wants to do that. It says put it all on Micron. I'm not saying put it on anything anywhere. My Nvidia cost average? I don't even know, to tell you the truth. I haven't looked at it in a little while. I've done well with Nvidia. I bought a lot of Nvidia 3 years ago. And I let it sit. I am up 258% on Nvidia. That literally was where I've been sitting for about 3 years. So yeah, that's why I say like that's where majority of it is in Nvidia. Yeah, I'm happy with my Nvidia. I think my Uber actually might even be better than that. I didn't put as much in Uber though. Where's it at? Uber, we are up. Oh, actually 100. I'm up 176% on Uber. Yeah, I put $5,000 into it a couple years ago. Oh yeah. It's not doing bad. It's not doing bad. I'm happy with my stock portfolio at the moment, but it could at any moment just go. You know how it is. Check out a company called Corning. That sounds like something from Family Guy. I don't know why. They have a monopoly on glass and sell optic fiber that data centers need. Really? I have to check that one out. Yeah, that's interesting. Very interesting. Now we sell covered calls on NVIDIA. Yeah. What's this game? This game is called Monsters and Memories. It is a newer game. It's coming out in October into early access, October 1st. And it is kind of, it's an old school inspired game. So old school MMORPGs, which stands for Massively Multiplayer Online Role-Playing Game. And inspired really strongly from a game called EverQuest, if you've ever played or heard of that, or World of Warcraft, which is the more mainstream one that most of you have probably heard of, kind of inspired by old school World of Warcraft. So that's this game in a nutshell. He's talking about Owens Corning. Yes! Isn't that like a Family Guy meme or something? Like Owens Corning, what do they call it? I swear it's a Family Guy thing. Is it on Steam? It is not on Steam. You have to go to monstersandmemories.com to be able to play it. Currently, it's in a closed beta test. And that gets invites to it every Friday to get in on that if you want to actually play it. And then in October 1st this year will be early access. And there's going to be no box price. It's $15 a month. It's a monthly subscription game. Pay $15 and play the game. Have fun. That's pretty much it. Beta tests are fun. They are super fun. So yeah, we're beta testing the game, trying to give them some feedback on what we like, what we don't like, all of that. That's what I'm doing. That's literally what I'm doing today, and most days on my stream. Played EQ early. It was fun. Time of your life. Awesome. Yeah, I loved EQ. I played EQ a lot back in 1999, early 2000s. I played the open test a couple months ago. Awesome. Yeah, awesome. Why are you on this game? Because I enjoy this style of game. I just love, I love group. Well, I'm not in a group right now, but I love social grouping games that require teamwork to do like the harder content and just meeting people. I started playing these type of games back in I started playing them back in 1994. A game called Meridian 59 was my first MMORPG. And I started meeting people and playing with them, becoming friends with them. And I just really enjoy playing games like that. This guy right here, Gith, this guy that's right here that's with me, I met him playing EverQuest 2 over 20 years ago now. And we have become good friends. He lives out in California. I live over in South Carolina. But we are basically like best friends, you know? Like we've been friends for 20 plus years. Gaming together, hanging out together, chatting together. We share, real life stories with each other. We share in-game stories, and we just kind of hang out, and just have a good time. We've gone through it all. Our college years all the way up to our adult years, all together. And that's what I love about these kind of games. A fellow Meridian player? Yeah, I played Meridian 59. I was a beta tester for Meridian 59 as well, back in the summer of '94. I was a kid. I was not really a beta tester. And to be honest with you, I didn't beta test anything. I just played the game. But yeah, I loved it. You ever play UO? I did. Yeah, I played Ultima Online. I played. If you can name an MMO, I probably heard of it or played it. There are some obscure ones that I haven't heard of nor played. Some very obscure ones, but any of the bigger ones, Ultima Online, EverQuest, Lord of the Rings Online, Vanguard, Final Fantasy 11, 14, World of Warcraft, all of those games. I played them all. Did you dabble in the Realm? I did, actually. Yeah, I dabbled in the Realm a little bit. That was around the Meridian 59 days. So probably 95, 96, I think, was when Realm the Realm came out, but I ended up playing more Ultima Online. I think I transitioned from Meridian 59 to Ultima Online to EverQuest is my hierarchy of games, I guess. But yeah, I played a bunch. Tell me about your Eve stint. I didn't play Eve nearly as much as I should have with all the economists that are probably in chat right now from the stock guy. Eve Online is your MMO if you want to be a real-life stock market MMO. And it's fantastic for that. I only played Eve Online for a couple months, and I just kind of fell off. I didn't have enough people to play it with. But that game, their economy, and just the way that things work in that game is amazing. So if you like to play video games and you like the economy, like real-world economy type of stuff, Eve Online is the game for you for sure. Rift. I did play Rift. I played Rift when it first came out, and I was in a pretty hardcore raid guild back then, and we did all the content. Yeah, I loved Rift. I had a lot of fun. I played a warrior in Rift, Beastmaster Warrior, and I also played a rogue tank in Rift. Played both of those. Girls going, oh, full force into scam Star Citizen? I'm not playing Star Citizen. Nope. I am not playing that game. Played Vanguard when it first came out. Had a lot of potential. Yeah, shame it kind of just fell apart. That game did have a lot of potential. It absolutely did. Shadowbane also looked pretty good when it first came out, but then ultimately kind of died. You know what I would like to see as a raid boss here? What if we had a water dragon that came from like over here and it swam up over this way and it like attacked the harbor that's over here on the other side of this canyon or this cliff wall, and it attacked the harbor and you had to go over there and fight it. That'd be really cool. I would love to see that. What do the economist people have to say about yeah, any of you that came in from the stock guy have anything to say about Star Citizen, which is a video game that has been developed now for like a decade, over $1 billion in development, and has not released yet? Yeah, big scam. What do you guys think? Money grabbing scheme? I think it's a big scam. Oh, you stock people would love to talk about, if you want to talk about video games. What was the game that just came out and flopped hard? Why am I drawing a blank on it? It was literally a Ponzi scheme. Literally a Ponzi scheme. Like they had investors investing into the game, and everything trickled down to Ashes of Creation. There you go. And it was basically the people at the bottom funding this game and just giving money to people at the top to just, it was literally a Ponzi scheme. It was nuts. And it finally just came out and just blew up. My goodness. Whew. This game looks exactly like Vanilla WoW. It's very close to Vanilla WoW or Vanilla EverQuest, or kind of a Final Fantasy 11. It's very close to those, yeah. Arcade wasn't much of a Ponzi scheme. Arcade was a good game, but it was ultimately a very predatory pay-to-win game. The stock people would love Entropia. They would also like that Entropia universe that you were talking about earlier. Yeah, it's literally an investor's dream come true. Yeah, you basically spend time in the game to make real-life money. How much money you can make, I have no idea. But yeah, it's absolutely. So what was the reasoning for coming over here and hanging out, other than the stock guy is a dad as well, and he wanted to raid a family-friendly stream? What was the reason for coming over here? Like, was it just that? That was the whole thing? It's weird. You're hoping for ads? I don't run ads. I just don't. Like, I let you guys do the ads. I do things very differently. I appreciate it. I do appreciate it. But I generally just don't run ads. I should, so I can make more money. I don't do this to make a lot of money. I do this because I love it. I enjoy streaming. But yeah. I mean, I can run some ads for you if you really, really, really want me to. Just looked up the parent tag. Okay. Well, I am definitely a parent. I've got one kid of my own, and then my girlfriend's got a kid, and then I've got 2 nieces and a nephew. Well, and then my ex-wife also has 2 nephews and a niece on that side that I still consider my nieces and nephews, but yeah. Whole thing. It's a whole whatever. These are ad goblins. I can run some ads if you guys really want me to. I literally have an ad button. I don't know if it works. Are you going to stick around, though, and watch them? I'll do it one time. We'll do it one time, and I'll be back in a minute. I don't know how long these ads are. I made an ad button a while ago. Let's see if it works. If it works, cool. It'll probably be 3 minutes. I don't know. But I'll stick it once. Let me know if that works. Did that work? I don't even know. I don't even know. I have no idea if it worked. I'm subbed. I have no idea. No ads for me, you don't think? What? If you're subbed, it didn't work. Well, you won't get them on YouTube. You won't get them on YouTube. I know you said you're a fan of crypto, but do you have any opinion on the tokenization of game and assets? Possibly games in the future, Sony doing the way the physical. I have a big opinion on that, Knuckles. Yeah, I have a big opinion. You got an ad? You got 3 minutes? Perfect. There you go. I knew I have an ad button. I just don't like to push it. I probably should push it more often so I can make some money. I need that money. When you got kids, you need money. Trust me. Thank you for all of you that came in so that I could run some ads and give you and get some money for you guys just being here. I do appreciate it. They cannot see me say that, but I'm thanking them anyway. I typed in chat, Burl. I typed in chat to see if it worked. Apparently people did get it though. So in however long now, I don't know when the ad break is over. But yes, Daddy does need some Micron stocks for sure. I'll have to reach out to the stock guy and talk to him briefly. It's really what I was saying though right before we did the whole ad thing. It's really funny that the stock guy rated me specifically, right? Like he rated me because of the dad thing, because of the family friendly thing. That's the reason he came over and rated me. But it's ironic. I don't want to say ironic. I don't know what the word, but it's interesting that he rated me specifically with my background and who I am, because I love economics. I actually like to talk about stocks. I like to talk about the economy of the world. I like to do all those things. I don't do it often on my stream because I try to avoid politics, and you kind of have to talk politics if you're going to be talking stocks. Like you can't not talk politics if you're going to be talking stocks, right? Let's be honest. They're highly manipulated by politics. So I try to avoid that to make it a family-friendly stream. So yeah. It's still running ads? Oh my goodness gracious. We'll talk about more of that in a second. He might suggest Marvel to hold because he's currently in it. Okay. And it's nearly 8% down today. Really? Oh, speaking of that, I've been watching it. Have you guys looked at SpaceX today? I laughed my butt off on SpaceX. Let's look at SpaceX. It's down another 4%. Are you Come on. What do you guys think is going to happen with SpaceX? It's below. It is it's below 140. It's 139.16. It's 139.16. I just pulled it up on my Fidelity account. I'm telling you guys, like I do stocks. This isn't a joke. It's really funny that the stock guy chose me as a gamer for the dad stuff and for family friendly, and then I just happen to also really enjoy dealing with stocks and the economy and stuff. It's just it's crazy to me that happened. Like, that's really odd. But yeah, SpaceX is down 139.16 when I just looked at it. Financially aware is rare. Oh, I'm very financially aware. Trust me. Very. All of space is down, I think. All speculative stocks are down. Yeah. Yeah, the whole space thing is, yeah, it's crazy. Marvel as stock doesn't exist. No. Marvel is not Marvel Disney Marvel, Burl. It's a different Marvel. I'm pretty sure it is. I've heard of it, and it's not. Yeah, they're not talking about Marvel comic books. Marvel. I don't think. Maybe they are, and I'm complete idiot on that stuff. But wait until they unlock safe. Not Marvel. Yeah, semiconductor stock Marvel. That Marvel. Yeah. I didn't know what they did, but I knew it wasn't comic books. It'll fall under 100 in the next few months. I think so too. Here's my unpaid prediction of SpaceX. Do not take anything I'm about to say and spend money on it or anything. Like, everything I'm saying is just 100% my opinion, based on my education, etc. All the disclaimers that you need to say before saying what I'm about to say. I think that SpaceX will eventually be worth a lot if they remain a power in the space, right? Right now, they're like they were until a couple days ago, because China just kind of went on their stuff. But they were the only space company that was doing the reusable rockets and sending all these satellites up. They basically owned space, right? Like a good majority of it. So if they can continue on that trajectory, I do believe that SpaceX stock will, no pun intended, go to the moon. I do think that will eventually happen. However, what's going to happen if another company comes in and starts doing what SpaceX does? Which China just proved yesterday or the day before that they also have reusable rockets. You know, and they're also doing kind of the same stuff. And it's like, SpaceX does have a lot of satellites up there right now, and they have a lot of things in place to be able to do it easier, and they already have the infrastructure and all that, so there's something to be said there. But another company can come in and easily just take that away from them. So if SpaceX continues to go on the rate that they've been going, and they remain like a monopoly-ish on space, not exploration, but space and satellites and data centers and all that kind of stuff they're talking about, I think it's gonna it will bounce back. It will bounce back, I think. This is not a financial advice, just a conversation between friends. There you go. Exactly. This is not financial advice. Yeah. Rocket Lab, is that the Chinese one that they just did recently? Is it called Rocket Lab? I need to look into that more. Spider-Man makes semiconductors now? Times are rough. Maybe his spider webs, have they're like gold, and they just conduct electricity better than other types of materials. You never know. Spider-Man could be the next $1 trillion company. If Spider-Man, if we find out his webbing can in fact move data faster than any other thing, right? I'm sure it exists in a What If series. Yeah, it probably does. It probably does. Yeah. Shockingly, I can actually talk about these things. Not to the level of the stock guy, I'm sure. Like, I'm sure you all are well over my head on this stuff. But, yeah. Feel they're going to bleed money for another 8 years plus? You talking about SpaceX? I think so, too. I think that I mean, what's the ratio? I mean, you guys know the ratios and stuff. I don't. I know that for where they're selling stock, the valuation of that company being $4 trillion or whatever it is, versus their yearly, monthly, quarterly, yearly income is just like, what? Like, why would, what? This makes no sense. Makes absolutely no sense. Then you look at a company like Nvidia, who is way up here with their, like, they're making money hand over fist just constantly, just every month and every quarter it's going up, and they're like, what? They're beating everything. And it's like, yeah, that's the one that I'm betting on personally, because they just make stupid amounts of money every quarter, more than they anticipated. And it's like, what? It's $1.8 trillion currently. Stock SpaceX is. Okay. I wasn't sure what it actually hit. But I think at its height, which was what, 215 a share or something like that. It was around 4 trillion or something, maybe, or close to it. I don't know. Maybe it was 3 trillion. Ridiculous amounts of money. We're talking stupid amounts of money here. 2,700 U.S. tons versus China's 360 space tonnage deployed in 2015. Okay. So yeah, is that the difference in the rockets? Is that the one can just lift so much more? I don't know enough about that. Did I miss all the ads? I did an ad just a minute ago, yeah. SpaceX has a lot of hype. Like Tesla, yeah. They could also end up merging. I think that Tesla and SpaceX and XAI, they're probably all going to merge, right? That's where you're going to get your money. You buy one of those, whichever one the lowest one is, and then when they merge and they equal out and all the dust settles, you're going to make stupid amounts of money if you bought into the correct one at the right time, right? It's which of those three companies do you buy into and then hold until they merge. And right now, I would say wait till SpaceX bottoms out and buy into that. That would be, honestly, I mean, we're just talking as friends here, but that would be probably my only advice that I would give is SpaceX is going to keep going down and down and down and down, and then buy it, hope for a merge, and then ride it out. You know, you'll probably end up making a ton of money that way. If you're willing to risk it. It's a huge risk. Huge risk. SpaceX needs to get Starship out of Alpha? Yeah, it does. It does. Did you say Beastmaster was the best solo class? It's not the best. Necromancer is going to be your best solo class. We're kind of switching between stocks and video game stuff, going back and forth. It's going to confuse so many people that come into this channel. They're like, what the heck is this guy talking about? No, Necromancer is probably your best overall solo class, and it will be the best overall solo class come early access. Right now in the game, the Enchanter is probably the best currently, but that's because of Charm, and Charm's going to most likely get gutted soon, whenever that happens, and it's not going to be as good. Necromancer will pretty much always remain your best solo class. It also uses Charm, by the way. So Necromancer is just overall, I would say, the best. I would say that the Beastmaster, though, is in the top 5 for sure. Probably top 3, but definitely top 5. EU and US will never send anything via China, so SpaceX is fine. I mean, that's a good point for security reasons. That's a very good point. Yeah, very solid point. That gets into the political realm, which is what I say when I said a few minutes ago. You can't talk stocks without talking politics. It's an impossibility, in my opinion. It is. I mean, maybe you can somehow, but yeah, you gotta talk politics too, which is why I generally don't talk about it much. But yeah. Wasn't the SpaceX IPO part of the AI merger already? I don't know, maybe. It might have been. Like I said, I know I dabble in stocks. I don't follow them very, very, very closely. I just dabble for funsies here and there. So I don't know enough about that. But yeah, their IPO was what, 160, right? I think their IPO was 160, and then it spiked to 215, and then it dropped now to 139. Wow. That is bananas. Oh, we leveled up. I need to go run to town and get new spells. I need to get out of here. These are all light blue to me. When does Enchanter get Charm? They get Charm at level 4. Very, 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 very early on. They're the first class, I believe, the first class that gets Charm. But you need lots of charisma. If you're going to try to charm as an enchanter, you need to have lots of charisma. That's the only caveat to it. All right. I don't know what Gith's doing here. Gith, are you here, Isar? I'm going to go to town and buy my spells. And I got to figure out a new place to camp to fight monsters. I don't know where to go. Don't know where to go and what to do. Need a port? Nah, I'll just run over. I appreciate it though, Cows. Thank you. The charm goes to level 12 mobs, then you get enthrall. Yeah. So when you get charm, maybe it's level 8 that you get it on enchanter first. I thought it was 4, it might be 8. But yeah, when you get charm, whatever level you get it, it can charm monsters up to 4 levels higher than that level. And then you get a new charm, I think every 8 levels is how it works. So there you go. Yeah. I hope they fix charm, but keep it fun for enchanters. Me too. Me too. It's just way too overpowered of an ability. So hopefully they do fix it and make it not so overpowered, but keep it fun and keep it a good utility. That's what I'm hoping for. Where's a good place to solo for a 35 druid? You could probably... There's these drakes that are over in Fallen Pass. The low-level drakes that are 30... They're level 36. You could probably snare kite those. There's beetles that are over in Vale of Zintar around that level. So you could charm kill those because that's actually probably the best place. You could charm those if you have high charisma. Oh, shoot. I just jumped off. Whoops. I tried to cut corners. That's why you don't cut corners, guys. That's why you don't do it. I just cut corners and ended up in the river. I would go charm kill beetles. If I was playing a druid at 35, I would go to Vale of Zintar from Fallen Pass. Go down the ramp, turn left, follow the wall. You'll hit beetles. Charm juggling is a fun pastime. It can be for some, yeah. It can be. Plagueborn and Fallen Pass needs healers. There you go. Yeah, Plagueborn. Go there. You know where that's at? The beetles? Yep. That would be my preferred place. You can get through 5 or so levels in probably an afternoon there. All right, what else are we gonna talk about and do? Let's dismiss our pet here. Where can I go to XP at 27 on the Beastmaster solo? That's on. I want to go on this side of the world. I could try to do poachers. I wonder if I can do poachers, the lower level poachers. They start, I think, at 29, so they'd be yellow. I don't know. I don't know where I should go over here. The bear cave might be good for a couple levels if I need to. The poacher crest rewards, they are good, yeah. You're going to be in Scarwood? Okay, Isar. I sent you a text earlier. I didn't know if there was anything that we haven't camped in like some of the lower level dungeons, like Black Tide Bay, that we want to see what's in there. in like the level 20 to 30 range. Because I could start camping those, or we could camp those together if you wanted to do that at some point. But yeah, I don't know anything about that zone. Sorry, I was giving a lecture. No, you're good. Lecture away. Do your thing, my friend. Do it. Bears are a little scarier with the change chomp update. Bears are very hard now. They're very hard, actually. I could do them now because I think they're dark blue at this point. But yeah, they are much more difficult. Nito Tomato. That's a fun name. Yeah, they're charged. That's, yeah. Charge chomp kind of thing. They have like a stun, like an area effect stun on them. The bears do. So what do you guys do over in the Stock Guy's stream? Does he like show just like stock tickers up in the background and you guys just discuss stocks all day and just talk about cheeky shenanigans? Just run ads. Hey, if you guys want to come to my channel every day and I just run ads all day and I don't actually have to do anything, that'd be great. Get a couple hundred people in here, and I just every 3 minutes I just hit the 3-minute ad button. I'm down for that. I'm totally down for that. I can set up a little automatically run ads every 3 minutes using some sort of software, and we just cheat the system to make bukus of money. That would be hilarious. Wow. That would be hilarious. Should you really run ads when you AFK for 5 minutes, which you do sometimes? I should do that. Every time I go AFK, I should hit my ad button. You are absolutely right, Burl. That is the reason I made the ad button, actually. It's the reason that I created it. Because I've got the Stream Deck, and I just push button, do ad. I really should utilize it more. The stock guy's got a point. A very solid point that you can make. It's free money, right? It's free money. Why not do it? Okay, we got to go down here. I got a level 26 spells. What do we have? 27. We got Chomp 3. Nice. I'll take it. We got Aquatic Affinity. I'll take it. We got De-Extinction. What is that? Returning a corpse to life. What's the point? Why would you need this one when you have a lower level version that costs less mana and does the exact same thing? And then Heal Companion. Uh-oh, I'm going to run out of money here. We're going to buy all the way up. Ooh, and Kinship Bat. All right, we'll buy all the way up to level 28. We'll need to come back here at 29. Okay, that's 28. This is 27. Where's Chop? Chop. It's for horse donkey, I think. Oh, is it like specific? It goes... Do you need giant hearts? Yes. Giant hearts. Yeah, I can use those, Isar, if you give them to me to level up alchemy a little bit more. But yeah, what's the difference between the different reses? Because there's preservation and de-extinction. What's the difference in these two? Reducing all their stats for 3 minutes. It's going to be 150 mana, cast time 6 seconds. And then this one, when we get to 29 or 28, we can check it out. I'm assuming it's just going to be more mana cost. For what reason? Right? There's a min-max level? Is that what it is? Ah, okay. Required level 16, maximum target level 27. So this will only... Ooh, I wonder if they're going to do that with Cleric Res. What if they did that with Cleric Res, where they made it to where you can only get up to a certain resurrection based on your level? Holy moly. That could be interesting. So yeah, that's probably it. That's probably it. Is that it's locked to levels. All right, let me see. What is... Ah, my goodness gracious. I opened up my phone and just tons of messages. What is this? Oh my God. My poor girlfriend. My girlfriend's visiting her dad right now, and they're taking her berry picking, and she's like, I don't want to go berry picking, but they're taking her berry picking. Let me go over here and get my buffs for my pet. Yes, cast the buffs on my pet. All right, now dismiss my pet. Oh, let me cast this buff as well. And dismiss pet. All right. Now we have all the buffs. I think buffs stay on and they don't tick down while they are not summoned, I think, if that is correct. I may be wrong on that. Oh, shoot. Let's just go this way, actually. And go down the elevator. I'm going to go try out... Do I need food? Ooh, I need food. Food. Where's the inn? All right, we'll go back this way. Because I need food. Food and water. What is that? From 300? Land and water. Is it land? Was it land and water that he said? Something and water. That's all you ask for? Anyway. Earth and water. That's what it was. Earth and water. Let's go to the... Oh, shoot. I just ran right past that. The Grocia. All right, let's do rations. All the rations. Water. Well, let's buy one more thing of rations because hobbitses... Did I buy that? What the heck? I didn't buy that. Because hobbitses like to eat a lot of food. They're chunky. Got that second breakfast? Yeah, and thirdsies and... Gotta have all the things. All the food things. True care, truth brings. Anyway. Let's put in this and 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 this. All right, we nailed it. I need wood. Oh shoot. How do we get to the wood again? We got to go back over this way. Filthy stinking hobbitses. That was a terrible Gollum voice, but Gollum. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. All right, let's go get some wood. And I guess we'll go back into Blacktide Bay and maybe run around in there a little bit more. I want to learn that dungeon more. Oh, we gotta go over this way. Over the river and through the woods. To the undead plateau we go. Bum 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. So I got a rental laptop from work while they made me my new laptop. Why on both laptops does Adobe Acrobat Pro take forever to download? Nothing else takes more than a couple seconds. Adobe servers are awful. I don't know why sometimes that happens, but I feel like some companies just throttle their upload speed. Or like wherever they host their servers or whatever, they just throttle the upload speed for some reason. It's one thing I love about Steam. When I download a game off Steam, it downloads quickly. Very quickly. But when I download a game from some other places, it's like, ugh. Awful. Yeah, I don't know why other than that, bro. Couldn't tell you. I know nothing, like Jon Snow. Eminem downloads as fast as Steam for me. Eminem does a pretty good job. Yeah, I had an update this morning, 5.5 gigs or something like that. Update this morning, and I got it in like a minute, 2 minutes, something like that. It was quick. Very, very quick. Quickly. If you get the coin, check a pelt. What is that talking about? What? I'm trying to read. Okay. So I was reading OOC in game, trying to see what they're talking about. All right, what do we have here? We got 20-ish wood. Exactly 20 wood. This is a good place to come up to if you're trying to get skeletons and get wood at the same time. Get some XP out here. Uh-oh, is this guy chopping down wood too? I think we're both trying to chop down wood. Well, that's not going to work swimmingly. That's how you make money in this game, by the way. If you want to make money, if you come to this game late and everybody else is higher level than you, but you want to make money and something you can do early on in low levels, cut down wood. If you're willing to go and chop down wood and sell it to higher level players that are camping out in weird places, you can make tons of money. Lumber. Never mind. I was thinking, I was going to quote a movie, and then I just realized he says a bad word. Lumberg. I love Office Space. Such a good movie. It's hilarious. So I think we can get wood there, and then I think I can get some wood over here too, down this ramp over here. Go here. Go here. Don't these trees have wood? Why is this guy always glowing? Always glowing green. Does anybody know what's going on with this guy? Always glowing green. I have never killed him, though. I wonder if you can kill him and get the green lantern thing. Are there more trees over by the myconid guys? The mushroom guys? Maybe he has a special lantern like the ornate cultist lamp that glows purple. Yeah, but when you are over there and you kill a mob, the cultist that has the lantern, they don't glow purple, do they? I thought you just killed them and then they dropped a lantern that's purple. You never dropped one? I'd have to ask my buddy. He's gotten a few of them. I'm wondering if they do or not. They might. I don't know. All right, let's go. I don't see any more wood we can get. Is that wood? Yeah, that is wood. They don't glow purple when they have it? Okay. So yeah, like I don't know why that one guy glows green. It's weird. I should bring over a high-level character and kill him one time. Oh my god. I need more wood. More wood. Just good testing? What, to kill the guys? Yeah. You're right. You're right. 9 p.m. I wonder if there's anybody up there trying to get the key. You know what? We're going to check. I should probably get the key on this character and do the quest. I wonder if I can do the quest at low level. There's 4 cultists in front of Ancient Crypt. Only those drop the purple lamp. Okay. Is there nobody over here? Ah, dang it. Ghoul. Dang it, Ghoul. I'm assuming he's trying to get the key. Key for what? That's the key for Glinting Hollow. I've got a video up on how to get it. I sent him a tell to see if he's camping the key piece. I think he is. Yoink. Let's go in here. Seems to be AFK, but my guess is he's camping it. Okay, let's go. Where do we want to go in here? Let me... Oh, shoot. I don't have my map. See if I can pull it up on my phone. Map. I need my map. This right here. Scroll down here to Black Tide Bay. Oh wait, I actually have a better map that somebody sent me. Is this one? Yeah. Alrighty, we want to go. I want to go this way. Wow, I just destroyed that guy. I think we can do the Blood Chain orcs now, which should be down here and then this way. Oh, these guys aren't even attacking me anymore. That's nice. And then this way. Blood Chain. Yeah, these are light blue. Okay, are there higher level orcs in here, or are these all? Can I do 3 orcs? Let's find out. Guard or sentry? Let's do the sentry. Let's see if we can do 3 at once. I'm thinking we can. I'm thinking this is going to be okay. Now, are we going to be able to find a good camp spot? Now, let me open up my map again and see where the heck I am. So I went down that way. I went across the bridge. We went that way. What is this? This is like a little spiky area. What the heck is this? Where the heck am I? I don't know. A wool shirt. Okay, so this goes. Oh boy, let me see where this is. We go over the bridge. Okay, so I go over the bridge, which is there, and then I turn left, and then I turn right, and this is the four-way intersection. Going that way is just going to loop back around into this room. Is there a named in this room? Oh, shoot. Let's get the Mender first. I bet you there's a named in this room. Oh my goodness gracious, my pet's taking so much damage. Poor pet. I probably wouldn't be able to do this without the buffs. The shaman buffs that I have. But, you know, since I have the shaman buffs... What? Oh, this one's dark blue. Oh, okay. Why don't we stay here for a minute? We'll camp this little intersection, this little area. Because once we kill this guy, we can just camp a few mobs right here. If this one's dark blue, if that soul herder is also dark blue. Let's see. Soul herder, also dark blue. Yeah, why don't we stay here for a level and see what happens? Why not? This is going to be my new camp. We can kill the 3 outside and the 3 in this room and, you know, kind of live it up, you know what I mean? I want to learn this dungeon much, much, much more. And we're not even like... I don't even think we've been through a quarter of this dungeon yet. And there's more out there. Oh, and then the Screevar. Okay, we don't want the Screevar. Alright, let's go and put, go right over here. And we're going to put our little pet on stay and passive. We'll pop a little campfire out. Yeah, we got a new spot. It's not going to last very long, though. These are light blue, but a couple of dark blue. So it's not going to be like the best spot in the world, but it's a spot. It's a spot we can hang out. And I want to see what spawns here anyway. Screevar Ambusher, what the heck are you coming in here doing? That's very strange. By the way, how much more damage does Chop 3 do? 175. So we went up another 25% and more here. Wow. There's a lot more damage. That's crazy, man. It's crazy. Any big news today? Nothing that I saw. I didn't see anything. There was this thing that happened yesterday. For those that were around yesterday, and the server just completely crashed. I don't know what the heck happened, but they apparently fixed it. But other than that, I haven't heard anything big. Nothing big. All right, I kind of want to pull a sentry and a guard. I kind of want to pull. Oh, there's 3 more out here. Oh shoot. I've lost all my buffs. I don't want to chance it. I don't want to chance it. I don't want to pull 3 of them without buffs. That would not go over well. So we'll just wait for the respawns here. All right, so these guys, yeah, this whole area. I don't know this very well, this area. I know that area up to about here-ish. What's the next class you're thinking of leveling? Whatever they do deep dive wise. If they have the next deep dive, depending on what they have, I'll probably level one of those. I'm gonna stick to this class for at least right now. If the next deep dive is a class that I have access to, like monk, shaman, cleric, fighter, elementalist, bard, I will probably just keep leveling this guy until such time that that they release a new class that I do not have immediate access to. Gonna do rogue. I bet you can kite and solo slow now in a pinch with poison in the throws. I doubt it. You're not going to be soloing on the rogue. Yeah, I don't think you're going to be kiting either on the rogue. Rogue, the rogue update was very bad. They didn't really change a lot on it. They took some things away, but that's about it. They didn't really make it better. So it feels really bad right now. I don't know why they did what they did with the rogue. I could not tell you. Didn't really read the specifics, just saw a reaction video. A reaction video? Was it my reaction video? Yeah, what they did with the rogue was basically... I mean, the idea is there, right? They tried to make it better. They just didn't. They just didn't make it better. They completely broke rogue in PvP. In a good way or a bad way? Are you talking about the stealth changes? Because that feels bad. For especially for PvP. Good for rogue, bad for everyone else. Yeah, how so? What did they do with the rogue in PvP that made it so good? Oh my gosh, dude, these spawn super fast. I thought a snare poison and channeled movement throw would enable kiting. If it sucks, it sucks. They had the snare poison for a long time. That's not even new. That's the only poison they had for a while. So, yeah, that doesn't change anything. But their channeled throw is just not something you're going to be using on a rogue. Like, the whole thing just feels bad. Like, you're not running around doing lots of damage with your throw ability, and yeah, it's just, yeah. I don't know what the heck they were thinking with Rogue, but yeah, they just didn't do it. Their stealth makes them instantly invis, and flare other avenues of catching them are too small of an AoE to unstealth them. Okay. Yeah, that's a strong thing for sure. They can instant invis and then get around. But if you're higher level than them, you can still see them, right? I guess they kind of tweaked that recently, though, to where you need to be much higher level. I think. EQ PvP, let's be honest, if you aren't keeping up with the first wave, you're burnt. Well, yeah, like the PvP in this game is not going to be balanced. It's not going to be really fun. It's going to be a griefing mess. It's just a matter of time before it devolves into that. I think once they open it up for early access, this game's PvP is just going to be... right now, I think a lot of people are playing the PvP server just because that's what they have access to. But it's not necessarily fun. People are saying they're having fun on PvP, and I'm sure that they are. But one little mishap is going to ruin your PvP experience. Guessing Wasp is the best pet? Yes, it is. I haven't seen it happen yet, pun intended. You haven't seen which one happen yet? Playing PvE until they try a faction. Yeah, I don't know that they're going to be getting a faction PvP server. Maybe they will, but I don't know, man. Higher level D-stealth, a rogue. Oh, yeah. So the way that stealth works, the way they change it to work is if an NPC is higher level than you, I think now it has to be a red con, so it's got to be at least 3 levels higher than you. Then the aggro radius is 10% less. So it used to be if you had stealth, you were basically immune to monsters because they could not see you. And you could walk right through them and they would never see you. But now there's an aggro radius. Let's say the aggro radius is 10 meters. If they are 1 level higher than you, it's 9 meters. 2 levels, 8 meters. 3 levels, et cetera, et cetera. Oh, this is... So that's the name. It's the champion. Neat. We just got the named here. So yeah, that's basically how it works. So I think players are the same thing. Kind of the same way. They said it was on their radar, but no firm plans for faction PvP. Yeah, I mean, it's on their radar as what they mean by that is if there's enough people that want to PvP, then they will open up additional PvP servers for those people and different rule sets. I unfortunately do not think there will be enough people wanting to PvP in this game to open up additional rule set servers. Most likely they're going to have one PvP server. which is going to feel really bad for those that want to have a PvP server and would prefer to have like one over another one. I personally feel like they would get more people if they did a faction PvP server than if they just did a free-for-all, which is what they currently have going on. I personally feel like they would get a lot more people if they did that. But yeah, they're not planning on doing that. I could definitely kill more monsters here. Oh shoot. I just don't know if I can do 3 at once. I kind of should do it right now while that ambusher is trying to ambush. And pull. We're going to try it. Oh, jeez. Oh, boy. Run away, run away. Sorry if I missed it. Is this game Monsters and Memories? What's the game name? Yes, this is called Monsters and Memories. Hard to have faction PvP server without all the races in the game yet. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's very tough. But yeah, we'll see what they do. I think that a faction PvP server would be the better way to go. But they need to build the game around it, unfortunately. And they have not built this game around PvP at all. It's not FFA. There's a play nice policy for PvP, but the play nice policy is not enforced in a meaningful way. I mean, yeah, but it's still FFA. I mean, there's a play nice policy, but the play nice policy is more like don't harass your fellow player. It's more that kind of play nice policy. Like, you can kill anybody you want as long as they're within 4 levels of you. You know, have at it. Enjoy kind of thing. And if they're higher level than you can attack them. But yeah, that's the issue with it. But anyway, I mean, I'm not going to go into a bunch of PvP stuff. I don't plan on playing PvP. I could care less. I couldn't care less what they do with the PvP side of things as long as it doesn't affect the PvE side of the game. When it starts to affect the PvE side of the game, that's where we're going to have an issue. No, it's where I'm going to have an issue, and I'm going to be like, devs, stop screwing with my game. All right, so we have 3 mobs out here, 3 in here, and 3. We got 9 mobs we can pull in this camp. That's nuts. We can do this for a little while. See how it goes. Then I might have to jump off of here in a little bit. I still have a couple hours before I have to go pick up my kiddo at camp. But yeah, I got a couple other things I need to do. Couple of other things. Stuff and things and things and stuff. We should totally run another ad. People would get so mad if I started doing a bunch of ads. Oh my goodness. Oh, there's the guy. Come here, guy. Caveat: my opinion is critique and not absolute perspective. Oh, I mean, yeah. All opinions are opinions, right? We all have them, and they all stink. My pet is definitely holding aggro better. Well, I say that and he turns around, but my pet's definitely holding aggro better. See, I pulled it back off of me. It used to not pull it back off of me at all. So it's definitely holding aggro better. Needs a level up to 27. I really think that the pet like learns the dual wield ability, but just doesn't do it. And like has to like skill up just like a player does. Dual wield or double attack? I think it gets both. It gets one at level 20-ish, and then another one at level 30-ish. But I don't think we know the exact number because I really do think that you have to level them up. So you have to like... They get it. They earn the ability to do it at level 20, let's say. But they just don't do it often. They don't actually do it until their skill builds up. And that's why you just don't see it very much at level 20. But I'm wondering if you like tamed an enemy at level 20 instead of taming it at lower level and leveling it to 20, if it would like automatically have it at a higher level. Probably have to level it up, but I wonder if a weapon placeholder isn't functioning properly. It might be, yeah. I don't know. I know for dual wield classes you have to have weapons equipped in both hands to use it. Kinda actually. You don't have to. If you put a weapon in your offhand only and you leave your main hand empty, you will still dual wield and you'll gain hand to hand as well as whatever your offhand weapon is, bludgeoning, piercing, or slashing. Except the only exception to that rule is Monk. Monk does not have to have a weapon in their offhand, and they will gain dual wield and hand to hand from their offhand. Every other class must have something in their offhand. I tested that on my fighter, by the way. So on my fighter, I can put a weapon in his offhand and actually gain skill that way. You have to try it? Yeah, check it out. I mean, you don't really need hand-to-hand for anybody except for a monk. It's kind of garbage for anybody but a monk. But yeah, if you want to level your hand-to-hand, you can do it. Number go up simulator? It is a number go up simulator, absolutely. I got my hand-to-hand to 100 on the alpha on my fighter. I think it capped out at 100, actually. Like, I don't know if hand-to-hand can actually go over 100 for anybody except for monks. I can't remember, though. It might. Like, do I even have hand-to-hand? Oops. Well, whatever. Do I even have hand-to-hand on this guy? Don't. Here, let's do this. We'll get a point. There we go. I got a point in hand-to-hand. That's all I needed. All I wanted to get. And then we'll see what it actually caps at. Dual wield. No, I gotta close it and open it again. Herbal. Where the heck's my hand-to-hand? The heck? I literally got a point, 1 point in hand-to-hand, but it's not even showing on my list. That's weird. Oh, shoot. This is a pretty good camp. I probably should have come here at like level 20, 25 or something. And just done this camp. Instead of staying over at the poachers. Or at the... whatever the heck I was doing over there. That's okay though. We'll stay in this dungeon for a little bit. And level up. Learn the dungeon, learn the areas. I think this dungeon keeps going higher than this. I think it goes into the 30s. I'm not sure. Oh no. Get him, Waspy! Let's go! Smack him! Sting him! What is the hotkey for that skill point window? P. The letter P for point. I guess. I don't know. I have no clue, but it's P. Why it's P? You got me. I'm used to skills being K. K does nothing. But that's what I'm used to for most skill things like that. Oh my goodness. These are already respawning. These 9 mobs that I'm trying to kill here. Let's see if we can get a good rotation going to where I can actually meditate and kill these and everything. See what we can do. What's the con of these? These are light blue. There's like 2 of them that are dark blue. But most of them are light blue. These are, I think, level 22? 21, 22? Good evening. Good evening. How are you? We're going to split these up a little bit so that I don't get 2. I'm going to try 2 anyway. From a name boss while you work? Yeah, there's a named in this room as well. So that's why we're kind of farming this, getting some XP, and kind of doing all at once. Can someone explain how the con colors work? I can't find a guide on the wiki. I can. So con colors, if it's the same level as you, we're going to leave that one up for right now. And we're going to wait for the next one. We're going to kind of split these up properly. Con colors. If it's white, it's an even con, exact same level as you. If it's yellow, it's 1 or 2 levels higher than you. And if it's red, it is 3 or more levels higher than you. That's all guaranteed. This is where it gets funny or weird. If it's 1 to 2 levels lower than you, it is going to be dark blue. However, as you get higher level, that starts to expand, so more monsters will become dark blue to you the higher level you get. By the time you're level 60, monsters can be up to 10-ish, 10 or 11 levels lower than you and still dark blue. So if like a level 60 could fight a level 50 and it's a dark blue. But if it's a level 49, it becomes light blue. So basically that's how it works. Dark blue is based on your level, and then light blue is underneath that. When you're level 1 to like 20, there are no mobs that are light blue. They just don't do it. It goes dark blue to green. It just kind of skips the light blue. I don't remember exactly when. It's somewhere in the teens, maybe level 20. Somewhere in that range. There's no light blue. But then as you get higher level, it'll swap. Or it'll move a little bit more. So then you have like at level 60 like 10 dark blue, and then you have like 3 or 4 light blue, and then you have dark green and then light green. Hang on 1 second, guys. Alright, sorry. Trying to figure out what we're going to be doing today. Why can I not heal my pet? There we go. This is the third mob in the room, I think, right? Yeah, this is the third one in the room. Yeah, if I can break this room... That's the hardest part, is trying to break this room. There's three mobs though. Once you break the room, it's really not bad. Can I get this guy? I feel like that guy's gonna spawn like any second now. I kind of want to pull one of these, then that guy. Unless there's a roamer. I wonder if one of these three is a roamer over here. Oh, there he is. Okay, good. Come here, buddy. Don't call me buddy, pal. Oh, shoot. I lost my campfire. Well. I should probably pull that. Oh, that's barely did any damage to him. That's funny. All right, we're going to wait till the next placeholder spawns or named, see what it is. Then I may be done for the day there. So I've got things that I need to do. I think these will spawn in there first. Then the room that I'm sitting in. Anybody know how you transfer, like if I get a new phone, how you transfer your, like your Blizzard, what do they call it? I gotta find it. The two-factor authentication thing that you can do. You just like log in, or I don't even know how to do that. I don't want to get a new phone and then not be able to log into all my stuff. I may have to turn off two-factor authentication, get it, and turn it back on. Blizzard network site? Yeah, you think you have to like use the previous authenticator to set up the new one? Don't trade your phone in until you have all that converted? Okay. Is that what you have to do? I've never done it, I don't think. Because I've had this phone for years, and I don't think I set up my authenticator until like later. So I have to get a new phone and then set up the new authentication on the new phone, then get rid of the old phone. That's going to be a pain in the butt. All right, that's what I might be going to do here in a few minutes. I got to get a new phone plan and all that kind of stuff. So we're going to go look at it. Got a couple hours. Couple hours to kill. Pain in the butt if you don't have the old phone authenticator. Okay, I still have my old phone. I wonder if I can like deactivate, or if the better idea would be deactivate it, deactivate the authenticator, and then reactivate it on the account. If that might be the better way to go, is like log into everything, because I know I have it for Blizzard and I know I have it for But I also have just the Google Authenticator. The Google Authenticator is probably tied to my email address, right? So that one should just automatically pop up. Because I've got a Google Authenticator for a lot of things. Like my Nintendo account and, yeah, all sorts of stuff. Actually, my T-Mobile account has an authenticator. What the heck? But Epic Games, Twitter, all of that stuff. Got authenticators for everything. For one service that works, but if all your accounts require, then it's going to be a pain. Yeah, pretty much everything. I made it multi-factor authentication because I'm a content creator. And, you know, you're just prone to more hacks because of that. People have tried to hack every one of my gaming accounts in the past. Blizzard, Final Fantasy, EverQuest, Monsters and Memories has probably been trying to hack, although they don't have a authenticator. Would be nice if they made an authenticator. Swanee, get on it. Swanee, we need an authenticator. That would be a Swanee thing. I assume that would be a Swanee thing. All right, let's see. Century Spawn, not the named, so. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and do that. I'm just going to camp here. I'm going to try to camp here and then try to come back and try to do this camp later. So. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and head out there for the day. Longer stream than it has been the past couple of days, but still shorter than my normal streams. Do appreciate everybody being here today. It's been awesome. It's been a lot of fun. Thank you so much to the stock guy for the huge, massive raid of like 700 people or something. So thank you so much for that. Do appreciate everybody coming in and chatting and all the follows and subs and, you know, just all of that fun stuff. Thank you so much. And hopefully I see you all next time. Take care, everybody. Have fun. And have a good afternoon. Bye.